Hello. Here we are, loading into our wonderful, horrific death mode. So far, we've survived two fights. Whee! There was much rejoicing. So, here's hoping we don't immediately just face plant, but we're gonna do a couple kind of tangential things. So we have only recently arrived. We have only recently arrived in the Grove, so anyone who's just arriving now isn't missing a lot. What have we done? So this isn't our final party. We're actually going to be switching party members around quite a bit, just to kind of get the most points that we can. Because, like, relationships are important in this game, and there's very specific ones we're trying to cultivate. Oh, Saza, you inadvertently got saved.
You're gonna be sorry. Every last one of you.
That might be worth a look.
Okay. We're going to switch up some camp members so we can go and save this druid.
So, we're traveling with the famed Blade of Frontiers. I feel safer already. Oh, darling, I'm hurt. I thought we had something special. I get it sounds.
Okay. So we don't have Karlak yet, so we're not going to be bringing Karlak along. Hello! Hello, dear friends, and welcome over. So, RN's playing through on the most gentle difficulty, and because I've beaten the game twice on normal and all that stuff, I'm playing through on the hardest difficulty. Yay! So, welcome to Honor Mode. What is Honor Mode? How does Honor Mode differ from regular Baldur's Gate? Well, for one thing, everything's a lot harder, unsurprisingly. Also, there's some specific rules about how they operate with extra actions. So you can't like multi-stack things like speed potions and etc. So you're kind of, I believe you're limited to 2 actions, no matter how many extra action perks and things you have. Because like there's a barbarian, or there's a trait that if you get a crit, you get an extra action and like a bunch of other stuff like that. But the other big thing is that every boss has been retooled. Every boss has extra phases and or extra actions, and they have something called legendary actions. And legendary actions fire off on turns that aren't their own. I am going into this as blind as humanly possible, so we might get surprised by some of these legendary actions and just die. Also, side note, if you die in the game, you die in real life. No. If you die, if your party is completely wiped, your save file is wiped and you start again. So, we're on the highest possible level of difficulty, playing with exactly 1 lifeline. So that's Honor Mode in a nutshell, and there's a little bit of like economic things which are different. So, as an example, long rests cost more supplies. It's about double from normal, so it's 80 supplies as opposed to 40, and long rest on lowest difficulty is 20. So like you can see, there's a lot more. You have to do a lot more kind of like rationing and kind of have a good idea of how many encounters you can successfully complete before going for your long rest. So I'm playing as a Dragonborn Paladin. We're going to try and keep our oath through this whole playthrough. I do not know how long that's going to last. We're going to, like, the goal is to get to the end of the game without breaking our oath. Who knows if that's going to be something we can achieve. Because I can't roll back a save. If we lose our oath, we lose our oath. We might buy it back, but we'll see. Okay, anyway, we're going to bring Gale with us.
With pleasure.
So we're gonna be doing. You'll notice we're doing a lot of party swapping. We're doing this to try and optimize how much approval we get from certain party members, because later on in the game, party members are going to.
Will lives up to his name.
There's choices that are affected by how much they like us. So, hello, Jasm. Very nice to have you here. I saw you over in RN's chat. Yeah, I'm a big Dragonborn fan. I play a lot of Dragonborn. I think Breath Weapon is one of my favorite things, and I'm a little sad because there's a really cool Breath Weapon feat in 5th edition, which lets me put ice on the ground when I use my Ice Breath. Ice is so strong in this game, so anyway.
I'd join you.
Side note recap from
looking
last,
crowded.
we haven't really done anything
We'll need to make
huge.
room
We've just
for you.
arrived in the Grove. We're going to be doing a little bit of, like, running around. Yeah! I mean, Stealth Archer is the best class in Skyrim, so. Lozale's going to hang out at home.
Lead the way then.
Okay. You can see we're a little hurt. We're just coming up to our first long rest. We haven't long rested yet. Oh, I think Withers wants to talk to me.
Not this one.
Ah, perfect. Okay, we were waiting for this to show up. I guess it shows up just as you enter the
This
groove.
one, no less worthy still. Right beyond mortal realms, there doth exist an amalgamation of
So
spirits
what we're doing here is we're
akin
setting up
to
the
our
ability to
own,
hire hirelings, and hirelings are going to be
ensnared by
real
the
important.
treacherous cult
Um,
of the absolute, felled in its name.
Hirelings we can do. There's some
They
optimizations
bear
we can do with them.
great
There's some cheaty
discontentment with
optimizations
their
you can do. I'm not going to be doing that. Like as an example, you can have 2 hirelings who
For
are
mere
clerics cast
pittance
warding
of
bond on your
coin,
character, and because it lasts
I
for the
might
full day, it'll
summon
still
the
stay on
worthiest
whether or not they're in your
among
party.
them to lend
So you can have your
aid
main character
to that
taking
undertaking.
like 75% reduced damage at all times.
Most willingly, forsooth. Their
anyway.
passions doth run deep for what hath been wrought upon. Very well.
Okay, so we're gonna recruit a hireling here.
Impossible. Thy party
Gale
is
can hang
full.
out.
As thou did choose.
And now we're gonna hire a very specific hireling because we're in honor mode and the economy is so much more intense. Sir Fuzzalump is gonna be our best friend for some things. I'm curious how much they actually just put this in the game relatively recently that you can actually change what they look like. Although honestly, he's perfect as he is. We're gonna keep him. Just Sir Fuzzalump has done nothing wrong. Oh yeah. So, here's the thing. Transmutation wizards have an ability, which especially, like, it's useful in all parts of the game, but especially in honor mode. The capacity to brew 2 potions instead of 1 is huge, because if you can double your output of alchemy, it's just gonna make your whole, like, it just means you can get ahead of the curve in terms of crafting things. And potions are really powerful. Like, all throughout the game they're very powerful, but again, in honor mode they're especially powerful because they're getting the game itself is more difficult to the point of it being slightly unfair. So having potions that are going to help you bridge that gap, this is really important. This is going to give us a huge amount of early game power, especially, but also it's going to scale well into the late game as we get like stuff that really gives us a honed edge against bosses and stuff. So he's gonna be a buff bot basically. And we're never gonna take him into the field, but he's gonna stay in camp, and he's gonna do very specific things for us. I think that's all he needs right now. We're gonna need to reclass him to get his. We want him to be a medicine master basically. So here we're gonna have him take 1 level of cleric. In the knowledge domain. And his deity will be, yeah, Saloon's fine. And we're gonna get more options because basically we want him to have proficiency in medicine. That's what it boils down to. Okay, yeah, that's all good.
Is that blood? No.
Okay,
Never
so
mind.
Fuzzlelump's gonna
Very well.
talk to Withers. We're gonna re-roll his stats a little bit.
Ah, I shall be here in my camp. As thou
So he doesn't need Constitution. He's literally never going in the field. Doesn't need Charisma. Doesn't need Dexterity. Okay. Actually, I'm curious. Yeah, so we're gonna attack into medicine. So that means it's a +5. These are just random points, so we'll just do... Yeah, like, these are just random points, we don't care. Okay. So now he has proficiency in medicine, and we're gonna make sure he has the stuff we want. It's mostly just, we just want him to have buff spells, basically, so he can buff our party when we're going out to do things. So again, we're choosing transportation. Because if you notice, because these last until long rest, like, so long strider, we're gonna be cast every morning. We're gonna have a checklist of things we do every long rest, and one of those things is he's gonna cast long strider on all of us, which allows us to just move farther on the map. And even though he's not in our party, we're still gonna get the benefit of that. Anything that has concentration is not going to stick on, so we can't keep those, unfortunately. But anything that says just until long rest will stay. So. Cool. So now, we don't have a whole lot right as of yet, but when we have more craftable things, yeah, we don't have anything we want to craft as of yet, because there's only a couple things we're going to want to craft. Every time we want to craft potions, we're going to get Sir Fuzzlelump, and he's going to do the crafting for us, because he's going to be able to occasionally do double potions, and that's going to be so strong. So, he's going to cast Longstrider on all our party members. We've got like a couple more things we want to do before we rest.
These boots have seen everything.
Now, honestly, if you were super hyper optimizing and you wanted to try and get like as many things get done between rests, you could probably do something like swapping at, like, having 2 set parties and then swapping between the 2 to maximize your number of spell slots. I'm not gonna go that far into it. I'm more interested in just kind of like trying to get as far as we can before we inevitably and horrifically die. Okay. So now we're gonna get. Yeah, because we want to get Karlach pretty soon, so we have to do that. Actually, why are we gonna do that? Let's think. Because fighting those paladins is gonna be really bad. I think we're gonna hold off on that for just a second. So.
Oh, nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Sir Fuzzle
Back
has
in
to
the
stay
thick of things
has to
at
stay in
last.
camp.
Oh,
He's gonna look after the camp for us. Okay, let's go. Okay, so we have a small rescue to do. Okay, drink this potion. Ooh, Gale is level up. Okay, so we're going to take Arcane Lock for a very specific reason, which you're going to see later. It's a little trick that's going to help us out later. It's going to be very funny when it happens, too. Don't need to prepare it yet, but soon, my pretty. So it's funny, because Mage Armor is a weird spell in this game. I honestly haven't found a place to really use it almost at all, because there's just always a better way to raise your AC. I guess it's good at level 1 for some things, but most of the time it's just going to be kind of a wasted thing. Okay. Will has his flaming greatsword that we stole from the Cambion last episode. And he has it as his packed weapon, so he's going to do lots of damage with that. Gale should stay in the back for this. We should be fine for that. Okay.
All's well that ends.
Everybody
Just
crouch.
bad as it could have.
Everybody do the squat.
What path lies before me? Glowing eyes are rarely a good sign.
So this is a trap. If you come in the wrong way, it'll absolutely annihilate you. In normal mode, I've had wipes to this stupid room.
The druid to keep ourselves entertained.
Obviously, we don't want to just die to this in honor mode, so
Boring. Let's find another one.
gonna wait for him to move away. Gonna hit this button. Gonna try and save this druid. No promises. Unfortunately, we can't always save everyone, but we're gonna do our best.
Could wake him up by chopping off a toe.
Okay, let's go into turn-based mode to set up our attack. How much
Give him
HP does he
something to
have?
cry
23?
about.
19.
Don't wear his voice out. We still need answers.
So we're planning to take a long rest after this. There's like one more thing we're gonna do after this, and then we're gonna take a long rest. So we're gonna blow the rest of our spell slots here. Just let's not leave anything on the table. So since we got that surprise round, we're gonna go and give him a Divine Smite. And here you're gonna see the fundamental kind of how the build works. What we're trying to do, basically in every encounter that matters, is use Hold Person on someone, and then smite them into the dust. Because Hold Person gives you an automatic critical on whoever's being held. And automatic criticals.
Fleet of foot.
So automatic criticals are great, but also for paladins specifically, automatic criticals trigger your smite, so you get to use it for free, essentially.
Allow me to demonstrate.
I'm ready.
I am genuinely impressed that Shadowheart managed to not get spotted, because she is like in clear view of these people. So that's one dead. We're gonna try and make sure to stack up, and well, actually, he's an archer and he's in melee range of Will. I'm not too worried about him. That's pretty good. Dang. Again, we're gonna long rest pretty soon after this, so.
On my way.
Ooh, nimble escape is very mean. So we have to remember that they have this because it means they can run away without without taking attacks of opportunity. So we'll remember that in future because that's going to be relevant. Another one down.
Battle favors the fearless. I've found my mark.
Another fight. Let's go.
So small optimization there. He's wet, so he's extra resistant to fire damage currently. So rude. So many acid arrows.
Well, so much for peace.
Okay, so I would like it would be nice to have Will up here, but on the other hand, we need to make sure these goblins die so we all don't die. Oh, it's not gonna let me. So sometimes mud does this thing, which it just did to us, in that because it reduces your movement speed, you can have what looks like it would allow me to jump, but then it turns out that you don't have enough movement, so that's kind of a pain. Yeah. Mud is frustrating. We're just gonna toss a potion at Will so he's not dead anymore. There we go, he's back up. And just keep moving up here.
On the victor's path.
Yeah, we're just gonna have. We're not gonna take a potion. If he goes down, he goes down. That's fine. We just don't want him dead. So Sacred Flame doesn't. Sacred Flame ignores height advantage disadvantage, so we're gonna use that.
On my way.
Move over here. Not slip on the ice. Always a good thing. Yeah, see, like, this just goes to show the whole rigmarole with honor modes. That this random goblin in a cave rolled a 27. So we're going to impose disadvantage on them. Hopefully that'll... Yeah. So, like, if we look at that, we gave them disadvantage, so they rolled twice, used the lower one. They rolled a 9, and they got 17.
Into the fray. This is my time.
So we're actually going to use... So we have a an ability here called One with Shadows, so as long as we're in... as long as we're partially obscured, we can just go invisible. Because we're so low HP, we're actually just going to have Will go invisible here. This is going to be a very common refrain, because he doesn't have very high AC. We have to not move. Yeah. So we're just going to have him stay there and just stay safe, so that we can finish this fight without him dying. There we go. Okay.
Can't afford to stay idle.
So we'll just heal this guy.
Onward.
All right, what now?
Hello, Findle. How you doing?
Thank you, thank you. I thought I was gonna die down here. It's my fault.
I love that you can
I
just
thought I'd
decide to
given them a
gut
signal.
him. Like, just
They
attack
followed
him
me
out of
through the
nowhere.
tunnel back there. I must tell the others what happened. I stepped careful. There are traps in these tunnels. And thank you again.
So this is why we're doing these kind of things, is we really want to max out our inspiration points, because when you get an inspiration point, so we get 25 XP for an inspiration point when we're working up to max. When we have max and we get an inspiration point, that will then give us double the XP. So this is just another way to kind of like get more XP for us. And we always want to be capped out on inspiration, because we can't roll back the clock. If we make a horrible mistake, our only hope is to use inspiration to reroll dice. So yeah, again, another trap. If you don't disable the rune, it will murder you. So in easy and normal mode, you can kind of get by. You don't really need potions, like health potions specifically, and you can kind of just get by the stuff you have on hand, more or less, or just by taking a long rest. Like, the game isn't long enough that you're gonna run out of materials.
A trap.
Okay, so this is trapped.
So much for a woman.
Have we respect anyone yet? No. Okay, so eventually we're gonna have probably Shadowheart take one level of rogue and be our lockpicker, more or less. But we're gonna go grab Asterion. Yeah, not the time to experiment. I actually do wonder if you just pick up a chest, does it set off the explosive? I actually don't know if that if you just send a chest to camp, would it set off the explosive? I think I can do this semi-safely. Let's take a look.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Is there oil on the ground here? No, there isn't. So
What to do?
neat. So apparently if you pick up a chest, it doesn't set off the trap. So we're just going to send this to camp, and then Asterion can open this at camp later.
Let's get going. Another step forward.
And we're going to pick up some of these explosive barrels, because you never know when you need an explosive barrel. Everybody needs a torch. Okay, so now
Well,
there's this little puzzle over here. You can see we have two statues which correspond with the statues that we disabled earlier, but there's a third statue here, and there's a little plate down here
swift as my feet can carry me.
to disarm it. However, if we were to jump down there, we would be murdered so viciously. So we're not going to do that. Instead,
Ready and willing.
we have a mage hand. Do our bidding. So we're going to go into time-based mode. Summon this mage hand. Have the mage hand hit the button. Hit the button. So it's disabled. You can see the trap is now no longer red. And job's done. Trap's disabled.
No, never mind.
So there's okay. Gonna have to move people around, but there's one spot here where if you jump from the very edge of here down here, you take no falling damage. There you go. Mage Hand is super useful. Mage Hand, so it's slightly nerfed compared to in real D&D. Like, there's actually, I really hope they fix this at some point. This is one of those things where it really annoys me. There's a subclass of rogue called Arcane Trickster, and they get a bespoke mage hand, which is permanently invisible, and it's supposed to be able to lockpick things for you. So you're supposed to be able to have an invisible mage hand that can lockpick things. It's currently broken. It doesn't work in the game. Ooh, a key. Gonna take that key with us. I wonder what that key could be for. So yeah, this is it. This is a very often place. This is a very common place to die if you've never been here before, because you just walk in here and all three of these statues have like, say if it's, no, they have an attack that's like, it's like 50 fire damage and an explosion, so they can just pepper your whole party and you die. Delicious dirt. We're definitely going to be trying really hard to get all of these wood chests, because the crafting materials are so vital in this playthrough. Whee! Okay, so we got the chest, we got the trap thing, so this area is now clear. So we can, this is kind of an interesting place, because this door leads directly to the grove. This leads to the inner sanctum of the grove. You can't get in there unless you have very specific items. You can kill Findle to get one of them, or you can kill Nettie to get one of them. Otherwise you can't get through there's a stone door on the other side of this. So if you're doing an evil playthrough, it's very useful. Or even just like an amoral playthrough, I guess. I think we can handle one more small encounter, and I'd like to get it done to get the first worm. This is hard, but I do think I am going to be using Illithid powers on this playthrough. And that's because I think I can't... Without, like, there's stuff down the road that we're going to need stuff for, and we don't, like, trying to think about endgame here, I think that ultimately I want my character to make certain choices. So I'm going to need Illithid powers on this playthrough. It's also just too much power to give up. Unlocking those. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, we talked down Aridin back at the camp. Okay.
I'm ready.
Yeah, we're gonna do this encounter. Let's see, that encounter, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna make sure we get the... Did we do that already? No, we haven't done this. The cove. We have to do the cove. We're gonna do that, and then first thing tomorrow, we're gonna do harpies. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good plan. Harpies, and then we can do village, and then we can get Karlach. Cause so normally I would take the paladin fight at level 3. I don't feel safe doing that. I really think we need to be level 4 to take the paladin fight, cause I'm just worried about them just wiping us. There might be, it might happen that we're just about to die and I pop a potion of invisibility and just effing run. I'm gonna basically try to always have one potion of invincibility on my character during this playthrough, because at the end of the day, if one of us survives, we can just resurrect the rest of them and continue on. This game is actually, like, having watched other people's playthrough where they're a little more, if you ever get a chance, Will's voice actor has a playthrough on Twitch. He is, I mean, if you've heard him in game, he's a fantastic voice actor, but he's also just genuinely very funny as a human being. He's also just the most chaos gremlin you could imagine. And some of the choices he makes are astounding.
You're a true soul. You can't die. Please stay
But
with us.
to that end,
I don't think
you can, this game is very flexible in terms of it's hard to be locked to a permanent failure state. There are very few things in this game where if you make a bad decision it just ends the game. There's a couple, but those pitfalls are and no, we're not using the community poll in this playthrough.
An oil bear. Please, do you have any?
Shut up, Andric. Do you serve the Absolute?
Wait.
The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirming churns at your minds intertwine.
Protect.
He's with your... Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
What?
We're doing that mostly to get Shadowheart approval. We're romancing Shadowheart in this run for various reasons. One, because she's...
Find a way to honor his sacrifice.
I just like her a lot, for one, but also there's some stuff down the road where it feels more optimal.
They spoke of the Absolute.
So we got 70 experience for that, just for talking them out of it, and we're going to have an opportunity to kill them later, so we technically get to double dip on the experience there.
Strange power resonates within the corpse. Your limbs move of their own accord. Why let its host's memories go to waste?
Delicious.
The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you.
It's like cracking open a bottle of Coke. Save that snack for later. So yeah, if you have jump enhancements, you can actually just jump up here, and then this lets you into the back of the grove. It's another way to get into the back edge of the grove. Karlach is right. We can't quite see her. She's right over here. Like, she's not loaded in, but see this blood pool right here? That's where she is. The easiest way to get to her is... Actually, yeah, I mean... Do I really need a potion of... Okay, so we're gonna go back to the grove and quickly... let me think. I'm trying to maximize my resources here so we can do as many things as we can before the first long rest. So let's go get this. I'm just trying to go over the places in my mind. I think we need to go talk to Volo to get some potions of animal speaking, because I don't think can't think offhand of one that I can just pick up, but there might be. I might be misremembering. I honestly try to come into this as blind as possible. Just after I've completed 2 playthroughs of this on normal. I wanted to come into this with like good amount of knowledge, but like enough that I'm not just completely doing it by rote. Get some more delicious crafting supplies. We're gonna be doing so much alchemy in this run. It's gonna be great. Okay, so everybody, will Raphael show up? This is one of the potential Raphael spawns, so let's see which one we get this time. Okay, no Raphael this time. Just gonna grab this. It's semi-random. Basically, there's 4 different flag. Yeah, no, I remember. There's 4 different flagged areas he can do it in that I've found so far. So he can do it here. He can do it in the rafters of the Goblin Hall. The one that I get the most is that there's a broken bridge right over, like, over this area. As soon as you jump over the bridge, it's just north of the village. He can spawn there. That's the one that I've got the most. And then he can also spawn... Oh, yeah. I've had that happen like in 2 or 3 of my runs, and it's literally caused fights. Like, it's caused things to go wrong. So I'm doing this a little backwards because usually you're supposed to find... There's a map over here in the cove, and that directs you to this skeleton. But this necklace... I've talked about this before. This necklace gives you guidance on a necklace, which is just so important. So we're going to give this to me just so I have it in cases. If for some reason, let's say I had to roll against Shadowheart for some reason. basically every buff that I can get, I'm gonna take. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The thing is that like there's other ways to get guidance. Like Shadowheart has it, but you can also it's a cantrip for certain wizard classes, and it's also a cantrip for certain. I mean, it's cantrip for you can take one level of cleric and get guidance. So if you're really hurting for it, but completely honestly, on like depending on like if you're worried about it, you can just take a level of cleric on any of your characters, and that's fixed, or just have Shadowheart in your party. It feels very necessary in honor mode because I just never want to not have guidance, and because so many checks in this mode seem already more difficult. Oh, apparently Will can't jump. So we'll just use the So if you ever leave a party member behind, if you fast travel to a thing, it'll bring them with you, as long as you're grouped up. Okay, so we're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna do the first bit of the. We're just gonna walk into the grove. We're not gonna go talk to Kaga. Could we do Kaga? We could do. We could go save Arabella, or try to save Arabella. We could go do that. We'll do Volo, Arabella. We'll do Scratch. We'll do the Owlbear Cave. And then I think that should be it. Because the thing is, like, none of these should be combat encounters. All of these should be... We basically need a... There's a bunch of stuff in here that we need to be able to speak with animals for, so...
Use them. That ox. It can't keep its eyes off me.
Good old strange ox.
Now, we're working. Remember?
So I basically, in most of my playthroughs, I never talked to Mattis until Act 2, which is hilarious for various reasons. But, just because I don't like having to deal... The quest was broken when I first played through, and I think it's still broken, that you can't quite complete it correctly, so...
Now get back! Let me through, Ragrasha!
Okay.
Damn it. We need to...
You heard the guards.
I'd sooner trek through the 9 hells than trust that...
Arabella tried to steal their idol.
Oh, it's all my fault.
Now Arabella's being judged by a bunch of druids who...
This grove is like a cauldron about to boil over. I say we check in on the child. Make sure she comes to no harm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They won't give us this kind of
So
fight.
I find it kind of hilarious. As long as you're not, as long as you're generally heroic, farming Will approval is so easy. Like I have capped out Will more times just through casual play.
Come, Magrin. You, get back. Keep back. Force my hand and I'll show you its claws.
A moment.
What? Oh, I understand. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
Okay. So we're not gonna go there yet. We're gonna first things first. Hello, Volo.
Ah, my good friend. You were at the gates just now, no? A few questions, if you please. There's no overstating my interest.
See, like, I get why people don't like Volo, but I kind of enjoy his just perpetual bombast. Like, I just kind of love that he's just kind of a dude. Also, holy lightning bolt, Batman. So we need the ring. Kind of tempted. 100. Yeah, just a dude doing things. Fear could be nice. How much is this? 260. I'm really tempted to try and get this Scroll of Lightning Bolt, because this is just kind of a, like, that just kills a lot of stuff really easy. If you just can't, like, as most of you have just come from our in-stream, yay, more inventory management. 590. How much are these worth? See, I'm never using these scrolls of protection from good and evil. Perfect. So yeah, this Scroll of Lightning Bolt might be real critical. Oh, as a side note, soul coins, you can see they have a lot less value in honor mode. Soul coins are usually like they can sell for 100 each, unless you're planning to use them with Karlach. You can just sell them. Oh. That's a real shame. I mean, hopefully after one, like, I think you were planning to long rest relatively soon. Hopefully, just check around after your next long rest, and hopefully you'll be able to. I like Fire Shield's pretty cool. That would be definitely thematic.
Glory, how would you describe that?
You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
Goblins were of a rare, jam-colored, and the dragon they had marching in the rear, was it of the witnesses noticed red? Last question, then you'll be quite free. Did the attackers rally to the absolute when they fell upon? They did, didn't they? I've interrogated one, a captive in this very camp. She reports they've abandoned their god Maglabiat. The scandal! Ah, but is I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we... Until...
Okay. Cool. So we got our 5 potions of animal speaking. We're definitely going to be using all of these. We'll probably be using 1 per long rest for the next little bit. There's a lot of good animal interactions.
Keep their confidence if you insist.
What's that?
Okay. We're just trying to do little XP farms here. Like, that's just 15 XP, but it all adds up in the end. And, like, getting the level... so we're currently level 3, I believe. Yeah, getting level 4 is really big. Because that's gonna give us our first ASI, so ability score increase. The first ASI is really important.
Back, did he? His smell is gone. He's gone. Master, he left with the weaponed 2 legs, but I can smell them, the weaponed ones, and I cannot smell him. He's not coming back. No, the wood.
Okay. He's talking about Halsin, obviously. I'm curious what this does. So this is something a lot of people miss. Because there's no way to know it's here. Literally no way to know this is here. It has lesser restoration built into it. It's a necklace with lesser restoration. So we're definitely gonna grab that. I'm curious actually. If we throw one of these fish, can we distract him? Sure can. Oh.
Bet that will
Okie doke. Amulet stolen. Anyway, so yeah, like, so the thing is that, like, Lesser Restoration is a very powerful spell, and just having it once per long rest for free, that's just, oh gosh, it's once per short rest. That is nuts. This necklace is really specifically for paralysis and for disease. Just having this on tap once per short rest is an absolutely huge thing to have, especially in honor mode. So you can hear Volo kind of going on. He's like, "Oh, I wish I could understand you. You have potions of animal speaking in your inventory." Go talk to the squirrel.
Get out!
The squirrel lunges at your foot and bites it.
I do wish you took 1 damage here. That'd be very funny.
You barged in without an invitation. I wouldn't call that friendly. See, you're in my territory, and I want you gone.
I do love that I'm doing persuasion on a squirrel.
How about this? You can stay if you keep those ugly feet on the ground. I'll even sweeten the pot. These trees are mine.
Woo. So hyena ear is a really powerful ingredient, because hyena ear lets you craft potions of speed, and potions of speed are busted as heck. Yeah, I remember in your playthrough, you didn't have animal speaking until after, so you only got like the last bit of it. Okay. So now that we have an animal speaking, there's a couple more little tidbits we can get.
Another one. What are you under there then? Ant, big and slow, they become, and I cannot even eat it. Because the hiding thing. Sometimes I eat the shot.
One second, I'll be right back. Hi there, folks. Sorry for the interruption. Unfortunately, we have 2 tiny baby cats, and they sometimes have tiny baby cat issues. Okay, back to the action. So, thanks to talking to that ox, we got some more stuff.
Use them.
Okay.
Hold. And step. Swing. Parry. Swing.
Wonder when the goblins will come.
One more time.
You say that like you're looking forward.
Okay, so actually, now that we have that Necklace of Lesser Restoration, that actually enables us to do something a little easier than we would normally. Which is... Because, so, Lesser Restoration is a 2nd level spell slot, so you don't usually want to... Like, that's a lot to have to give up in a long rest, especially when you're having to work on much more limited long rest fodder. So we're gonna hop here. Where's that mushroom? I thought it was right there.
I don't like that.
Ow. There's another one over here, so we're just gonna move everyone back.
I've got a long road ahead.
Because there's a secret area that you can get into. So normally you'd have to go in the front here, but unfortunately there's a bunch of guards who are watching. So if you go in the front, it's pretty easy to get caught and get kicked out or thrown in jail. So if you hop in here from the back...
Stop! This place is off limits. Leave.
So we're going to try this. Who knows if it's going to work or not. And see, if you notice, Shadowheart isn't offering to give me guidance. So this is why this necklace is so important. Because sometimes we're just out of range.
You note her grimace of pain. Something is wrong with her legs.
Damn it! Don't look at me like that. You can stay. Just keep your hands to yourself, all right? I just fall back down. Legs are as steady as a foal's. Bloody potion. From the old lady in the cave. The one with the lotions and potions. To her credit, it worked. I'm as strong as a bugbear. And fearless. Of course she also warned of side effects.
Auntie Ethel, as
Should've
usual,
listened. Now
doing
I'm
her
stuck
thing.
guarding crates.
I love that you can ask them to heal for a price.
All right. I guess being fearless won't help if an arrow comes flying right at me.
Okay.
Have to keep going.
So get everybody in here. So we're actually gonna move everyone out. So we're gonna have
One with the
Gale
weave.
move
Right
over
away.
here.
Defender of the
Will
people.
move over here. Shadowheart
A long way to go still.
over here. We're gonna have
No time to
us.
rest.
We're gonna crouch
That was a
down.
friendly-looking shadow.
We're gonna open this, take its key, open this, these, and we're good. And no one's the wiser. And now we
May
can use
faithful
our
guide
necklace to cast Lesser Restoration on her and remove her paralysis.
My foot. It moved. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And thank you for the random stuff that I stole that you'll never know about. so that's done, that's done, that's done. We're gonna do the Harpies tomorrow, because I want full spell slots for that. Okay, we're gonna go back around. I think we're gonna do, yeah, we're gonna do Kaga and steal her chest, send it back to base, and then we'll probably do a long rest after that.
You! Fancy a bob? Best to fill your belly now, while we still can. You've been on hard times too, huh? Look in your eyes says I've... Here.
Woo! Free gruel.
Doesn't taste half bad.
Okay, so let's go face down Kaga and try and save Arabella. Because this is role-based, this could go horribly wrong. I'm willing to spend at least a couple... We get back a couple inspiration from this, if I remember correctly. So, I'm willing to spend a couple inspiration to make this happen. I definitely don't want Arabella to die, for various reasons. Mostly because she's a small child and doesn't deserve to die for, you know, being a small child in a bad situation. But, like... I'm surprised to hear you say that of all people.
Have you lost your senses, Koga?
Please. I'm sorry.
This is madness, Koga. She's just a...
A what, Wrath? A thief? A poison? A threat? I will imprison the devil. And I will cast out every girl. You mean parasite?
I really do enjoy that because paladins serve as kind of like wandering
then
judges.
Still, Wrath, lock her up and keep still.
Come, Koga.
Do it.
We get this option of, I am versed in the ways of justice. Make your case and I will pass judgment. Like, I could basically say, hey, excuse me, I'm the judge here. And and a 10 is a pretty easy check to make as long as you have proficiency, so.
Very well. I'll defer to your ruling. My circle has offered grace to these outside. In return, we've taken back our relic. But
I was scared. They said when the rite was over but there's goblins out there and worse. And it's nice here. Please let me go.
Well, Paladin, what say you? Tina, to me.
And that's nice because, like, you basically just have to pass one.
Has its limits.
You just have to pass a 10 check, and then you're done. Basically, you don't have to pass it.
Thank you, Koga. Master Halsin.
Halsin isn't here.
Because usually you have to pass like 2 or 3 checks on that, depending on what path you take.
Tiring business, isn't it? Why don't we take a little break? Allow ourselves a few moments of rest? Gives me a chance to talk to you about... We've been on the road together for a while now, haven't we? Ever since the way you diffused the tension between... The way you stood in front of a crossbow to prevent... The way you got Korg... In short, the reason I make a point... You see, I have this... condition. The specifics are rather personal. What it comes down to is this. I can say no more on the matter. Just it's been days since... That is why I turn to you. We've all... You know for yours... There'll be danger involved. I'm sure we won't... As do our packs, as a matter of fact. I hope I can count.
Yeah, so... We only have to feed Gale 3 magic items.
I know that look.
So
You're wondering
there's
why
a
I was in
couple I'm
pain
going to be
before.
aiming for because we're not going to be doing.
Let's just clear the air about that now. It's just an old... It's nothing. It's just something I have to live with. Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. Positive. You can trust me on that.
Okay. Unfortunately, I think she's passed the save against the wolf because we actually want her. Oh no, she did. She didn't. Let's see if this will work.
Something the matter?
Oh, damn. Okay, we missed it because we were in a. That's actually annoying. Getting her to reveal the wolf thing is a nice little bit of approval. So.
Go on.
Monster. Too kind. A deep.
Yes, you would say so. A viper bears her. No matter. I took back the right of thorns. It is the Tree Father's gift that none come. The Grove. None of this can happen while Outlanders in. And mine. You should. I want you to. There to be. The viper must strike. You will do. This tale ends.
So we're gonna read this. That unlocks the quest to investigate Kaga. Leave people here.
Just out.
Hide. Wait for him to move away. Although I can actually do this as well. I just go and talk to him
What will
with
the
anyone
tieflings
else.
want next? Letting the hell child.
And then swap characters. Steal this. Dun 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 dun. Send that back to base. Go.
What path lies before me?
And just continue on our way. Now, if I really wanted to, I probably could steal a lot more stuff from them. I'm not gonna bother too much about it. Like as much as there's like free resources are nice, we don't need it that badly. Dr. Mr. Wolf.
Another stranger come to vex me. No, wait. You smell fresh.
Make friends with Silver. Ooh, free stuff. Well, we won't get scurvy, I can say that. Gonna go talk to Nettie.
Didn't they? Does that hurt? I see you. Just give me a moment.
This meant there.
Now, what was it you needed?
By the... Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. I don't think that, like... There's some instances where that specific effect would be pretty cool, so good to know she has that.
You found her, but I still don't know what she can do for you. Why are you asking?
A tadpole. A mind flayer tadpole.
Come.
So the trick with this
We need to be quick.
quest is just to be as
This
honest with
way.
her as possible. Because otherwise she'll try and kill you, which, you know, fair. Mind flayers.
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer look.
Grab that in a second.
This one had the same problem as you. Attacked us in the woods to get tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. Seems so. It's why he joined the adventurers. A pity you got me instead. You don't have.
I'd like to stay.
All right. Let's see what we can do. Of course. Now, tell me what's been happening. Victims can identify. How'd you pick up the parasite? A mind flare. Look, but you seem like this is a vial of wyvern poison. The thorn? I don't. I'm sorry. Now, do I have your word? I hope it doesn't come to that.
Shadowheart is like, yeah,
Thank you.
suicide's badass.
Here. You know, I've spent my life treating Master Halcyon because you should all be changing. There's mind flayers reproduced by infecting someone with the thing in your. It's one of their worms. Not yet, anyhow. Could be, but there's a lot we don't. When Master Halsin heard whatever he found there, he didn't make it back. The thing is, I've sent you. If you can find Halsin and get him out of there, thank you. I wish I could tell. All I can say for good luck out there.
Okay. We have gotten that. We're gonna wait for her to leave the room, and we're gonna grab this extra parasite.
We won't be needing it. Better a quick draft than ceremorphosis, nonetheless. We're a long way from a measure that drastic. A very long way.
Bum 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 bum.
Let's see what you're hiding. Light on my feet.
And then, for whatever reason, like, there's just random plants that we're allowed to take. So we're gonna take those plants.
That might be worth a look.
That's curious.
I do enjoy that apparently the mushrooms are off limits, but the random plants aren't. They like their mushrooms. Okay, so we got the chest, we did the netty thing, we got the... So this is kind of funny, because this Cauldron of Boiling Theriac is supposed to be a crafting station, but it broke in, like, patch 2 has never been fixed.
Oh, my Sylvanas, I just want my bed.
And then one last thing in here, we need to read all of these plaques and pass the checks that are associated with them.
The forest rose with claw and tooth, beasts chasing beasts.
Unfortunately, my paladin not very smart.
The forest rose with claw, and the mural depicts druid and beast. It looks like they were Victorian.
Gale, come read it for me. Figure out what it means.
By claw and tooth from root to thorn, the mural shows druids claiming the grove.
My intelligence is 8. I will not be making any intelligence checks in this playthrough.
Concord made twixt harp and wild against the shade. Harp and wild. You recall stories of an alliance.
Looking ahead.
You have my attention.
The towers seized, the battle done. You recognize the mark of the dark goddess Shar on the broken...
So many dead.
Moonrise
Okay, so we got our inspiration point here. Another tasty experience point boost there.
This will all be over. The ritual's almost finished.
What if they try to steal from us? Again?
We've shown them once. Retake Grove Law.
Okay. So, Harpies tomorrow. Who else? We can probably go talk to Zevlor, do that a little bit. And then I think that's probably it. And we can do Scratch and we can do the Owlbear Cave. There's nothing preventing us from doing that. Oh, and we should go talk to Elfira. So, fun fact, Elfira has an option that allows you to play along with her, and if you do that, you can actually gain proficiency in a musical instrument.
It hurts! It hurts! Please, make it stop! Don't you think it's...
We'll save you,
poor soul.
The critters start a duet of their own, attempting to drown out the bard's music. They look at you expecting.
I love Gale just clapping.
Of course, we are born performers.
Unlike some.
Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of more like butchering. Don't know why I bother.
I'm not gonna say this, but it is very funny of the option.
No, I'm moments away from a grisly death at the hands of this bloody song. I can't. It can't hurt. My teacher. Thinking of it now. Wait. Words of that. And thank you for everything. Moon, all the. Wait.
I'm still mad. We should be able to take Alfira as our companion, as like a companion. She's so great. Love her so much. Yeah, I think you were just. She might actually still be there if you go and check. Oh no, I guess you've finished the goblin camp, so it should be gone by now. But. Like, she's so mo-capped. It drives me nuts. I really hope someday someone makes a mod for it, but she should be your bard companion. Like... Like, she has playing animation. Don't need a guitar pick with those nails. I know, right?
Sorry. She'd have said the same thing. That's the first time I've played since Lihala died. My teacher. She was playing her lute. We didn't hear the gnolls coming. There was so much blood. She'd yell at me for that clunky verse. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Finish the Weeping Dawn. I've a long way to go. But thank you. I needed this.
Okay. Okay. Got another chest for Astarion's just gonna be opening chests. Okay. We're not gonna go down this way because we don't want to fight the harpies yet. Okay, so I think it's time for a scratch. Important rolls coming up, folks. Everybody get your dice ready. Roll along at home if you want. Yeah, scratch. Scratch and Albert's mom, who I'm not going to murder.
If they make it, they're slow, vulnerable. Half or more will die long before Basilisk Gate.
Doesn't seem to trouble you a jot.
What good would it do for me to be troubled? Can't save them all.
I'll be honest, I'm just glad you didn't fall. I can't remember whether or not on your first time if you fell in. There's a dialogue which can accidentally make Scratch fight you, and I don't remember if you fell into it or not. That's good.
A hungry minotaur with a hankering for human flesh.
Oh, I didn't loot Edwin.
An axe-bearing mountain of fur she was. Gave me a nasty scar.
So yeah, this is half of one of the weapons you can combine. There's a couple ones in the game that you can combine together to create a better weapon, or like parts that you can combine together to create a weapon. We're definitely going to be using that in one particular encounter. Okay, so I just hit the hour-and-a-half mark. I'm actually going to take a little break, get some water, stand up, stretch, do all those kind of things. We'll come back, we'll talk to Scratch, we'll talk to Albert, and then, or Albert's mom, I guess. We'll do the little shrine there, and then we'll probably attempt, let me think, what order do we want to do this in? Yeah, we'll probably attempt the roll to get Shadowheart to open up. I guess it doesn't. We could just let that kind of happen on its own. What's our approval at currently? 20. Well, we'll see. So I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. So, let's go talk to Good Boy Scratch, the best boy in the realms. So we currently have 2 parasites. We're gonna be... Yeah. Get some honey from this beehive. Yeah, we're gonna be heavy scrounging for every single potential camp supplies possible. So like, you'll probably get to see a lot of random camp supplies you may have not seen before. Oh, interesting. That's a throwable.
So, Will with a Y.
Oh, I love this one.
Why?
Why? That's right.
But why?
Why? A great uncle to name, my father said. But I just figured he couldn't spell.
And now we know. Steal its fishing rod. Oh, also, I don't remember whether or not you came here with Speak with Animals active, so now you get to see the conversation that you can have with Scratch.
Keep moving, stranger. Quietly. I told you to go.
So I want to do this roll because even though it's a difficult roll, I have advantage and I get a bunch of bonuses. So yeah, there we go. If you want to make that roll easier, you can take the option to look at his collar to see his name, because then his name, if you know his name, then like...
My friend is injured. He needs rest. He's not my clan. He's my friend. Of course he will. And then we'll return home. We were attacked. Cackling, furry things on 2 legs. And their smell... it was strange, rotten, evil.
Yeah, never take this option. If you take this option, this will cause combat.
No, I won't leave him. If it comes to that, I may. Thank you.
Okay. Poor guy. So he'll come join us later. And then we'll come back and loot that corpse. Yeah, these berry bushes, actually really solid sorts of, Oh, if you check, I'm not sure, you should be able to use sound alerts on my channel, in the little side pop-up, and I do have Loot That Body on there, so. There you go. So now you can do it to me. So yeah, it's funny. I'm not sure what this experience... So you get experience, I think it's from discovering the town, but I don't know why it triggers here. So that's just kind of a weird one. Oh, oh, interesting. I might have to go in and make sure that's set up correctly. Might need to tinker with that. Thank you for the feedback, though. I'll mess around with that off stream. Okay. So one important check down, second important check to go.
Owlbear tracks.
Its nest must be nearby.
That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
So these heavy stones actually are kind of useful. Well, you'll see what we use it for later. Okay, so we'll carefully come down here. Oh, okay, okay. In future, if we're ever doing this again, here's a free animal speaking potion.
A wizard sealed this chest. Wasn't an amateur either.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll mess around with that later and check it out. It's showing as active in sound in like my audio mixer, so I'll check it out later. So, more books to sell. Never can have too many books to sell. So this chest is actually kind of funny, because you can just take this chest with you, and if anyone tries to touch it, it will hurt them heavily. So you can actually use it in a bunch of different scenarios as kind of a trap for enemies.
Something over there.
Just an old prayer.
Hey, I have 8 intelligence. I'm not a book reader, okay?
My prayers are answered.
You should leave it, or even destroy it if possible. This rubbish is an offering. Do not trifle with that moon witch or her trinkets. Only trouble
So,
will follow.
like I was saying before, if we ever, for some reason, need to roll against Shadowheart, this is when we really want to have our guidance.
Fine. Perhaps you can.
And this is nice because this lets me loot this chest without losing approval. And there's like a good amount of stuff. I honestly, this is actually a very good pendant. I don't use it enough, but this is also just good Gale fodder if we ever need it. And then the chest itself is worth 20. Yeah, so we're gonna take that as well. Okay, so now. Very carefully approach the owlbear. So if you have Karlach with you, this is also an inspiration point. But I'm not too worried about it in that way.
Its beaked face looming out of the darkness.
What's this? It's a splinter. I've gutted bigger threats than you with worse.
So we're just gonna walk out of here.
You're small, weak. You can go.
Okay. So that's all we're gonna do in this cave for now. We'll be back later, and you'll see why. There's a little bit of loot to get in there. It's not a ton. There's just a little. There's like a chest. There's also some armor there, and we'll get to it. We'll get to it. But that's that. I don't. With the resources I have left,
ripe with magic.
We're pretty low on resources. I think I'm just gonna take a long rest here.
I've got a long
trying to think of anything else I could do. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go back to camp. Make camp by this lovely little waterfall. We're gonna get Astarion.
Need something?
I would, but you have so many friends already. Well, in that...
Okay.
Need to find a way forward.
Anything I need in here? I don't really. Yeah, I'll wear the cape. Okay. And I'll wear the Twitch drop clothes. Take off this. Okay.
Keep your distance, darling.
So as you can see, we now have a little corner here of chests that we've stolen. So this is pretty cool. The fly trap ability triggers on spells as well, so I actually quite like giving this to Gale, because it means that he can, his spells can snare people, which is pretty cool. I genuinely. Oh. I was like, well, I don't know why Lae'zel has a rapier, but good for you, girl.
Oh, for a skeleton key.
Darling, you are a skeleton key. So yeah, this hat is usually something I feed to Gale. It'll depend on when his thing triggers. The hat is actually kind of useful. We might use it later because we do plan to give Will some levels of Bard, but we'll see. Because we're gonna do the Warlock Sword Bard combo, and it's gonna be gross. Okay, thank you, Astarion. Weird way to go back, but okay.
Need something? Oh, darling, it sounds...
Waste a step.
I'm just gonna get. How you doing, Gale? Gale's okay so far. We'll see. We'll see when his first magic sickness triggers.
How can I help? Your enterprise do not yet need to consume an item. Wait.
Okay, so if Gale specifically reads this book that we got, he gets an inspiration point, so that's more XP for us. Secrets of the Shadow Druids. More XP. How are we doing for XP? We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so I think that's everything I wanted to do.
Can't slow down.
Yeah. So let's take a long rest. So in our scrounging, We've collected 500 supplies, so we're 511 out of 80. We need 80 per long rest, so we're safe for the next. We have like a couple long rests stocked up, so that's good. As you can see, my beautiful royal outfit. This was a Twitch drop when the game first launched. I like it. It's poofy. It's kind of dumb looking, but I enjoy it. Let's see. Anybody got some conversations for us yet? Doesn't look like it. So I think we're probably just gonna get some sleep. So we could have one of a couple cutscenes trigger tonight. We'll see what happens.
You don't sleep well, flitting between
here we go.
dreams
Okay.
and nightmares.
Okay, so
Maybe you wake
well,
up
actually,
because you know
this is
something
where
is wrong.
our
Or maybe
Necklace of Lesser Restoration is
just
gonna
get
come in
lucky.
handy.
Shit. No, it's not what it looks like. I swear.
It looks like you're a vampire.
I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood.
There, in the dim firelight, you see him for what he really is. A vampire, a slave to sanguine hunger.
I've never killed anyone. Well, not for food. I feed on animals. Bulls. Deer. Kobolds. Whatever I can get. But it's not enough. Not if I have to fight. I feel so weak. If I just had a little blood, I could think clearer. Fight better. Please.
A strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds. Secrets.
So I'm not gonna
half
push in,
revealed.
but like, there's some interesting stuff. If you're going on an Illithid playthrough, there's some interesting stuff you can learn here.
At best, I was sure you'd say no. No. I needed you to... Thank you. I only need a taste. Really? Let's make a...
It's like a shard of ice into your neck. A quick, sharp pain that fades to throbbing numbness. Your breath catches. Your pulse quickens.
So yeah, having a +4 here is nice because the persuasion check is very low.
My mind is finally clear. Shouldn't take long. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You watch as he stalks.
So yeah, it's basically always worth, like, unless you're playing a very specific playthrough and like don't want to let him do it, it's always worth to let him feed the first time because it's like 20 approval or something. It's a good amount. It's enough to get him to like a comfortable place with approval.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
I would say try not to let him feed on you every
On I
night, because the debuff is kind of a pain in the butt. The buff he gets is very strong. He gets a +1 to literally all his stats, and checks basically. So it's useful for that, but only do it if you're gonna have him in your party a lot.
Hope you're keeping well, friend. I didn't introduce myself before. You can call me
Best boy
Scratch.
Scratch.
Master. Friend. I'll never forget him. But I'm...
Everyone approves.
Good morning. How do you feel? It'll pass. A bite from them and you might wake up as a vampire spawn. Like my good self. Oh no. I should be cinders in this light. I hadn't seen the sun for 200 years before we crashed here. Someone, or something, wants me alive. They've changed the rules. Standing in the sun. As for my other quirks, well, we can... That's my theory, but who knows? I'm just glad you're being sensible about... Although there's still time.
A vampire? Well, that explains the pallor. Given our group's nature, I don't...
Fine. As long as he keeps his fangs off our necks.
Quite the opposite.
Will
I'm
disapproves a
here in
little
spirit
bit,
of
but I don't really care about that.
openness and honesty, to work together as a team.
I'd just better not wake with any holes in my neck.
There now. We're all friends again. Shall we go? There's a long day ahead of us.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I've already apologized. Unless you're looking for another nibble. No innocence. You have my word. After all, you know what I am now. And if I happen to drain the occasional bandit during a fight, what's the harm? They're just as dead. As am I. I'm starting to feel a little peckish already.
Okay. Just getting a little more approval there as possible. Yeah, up to 23. Most of Will's approval stuff comes after after Mizora visits, so I'm not too worried about that. We'll get there. So that leads us to, I think we'll probably go do Herpes. Yeah, we'll go do Herpes. Do we want to get Karlach first, or do we want to do Herpes first? I think we want to do Herpes first, and then we'll get Karlach. And then I think we might finish off the stream with Village, depending on how we're feeling. But so far so good. Knock on wood. We haven't had any kind of like horrific failures. Although, saying that, we're about to go into a dangerous area, or a dangerous fight, rather. Okay. Let's take a look at our spell book, because there's... Oh, actually, you know what? We're going to have a checklist, and we're going to start that today. So, they're going to take out... I think I want the healing word because it's ranged, but we're gonna take calm emotions and I'll show you, like, we'll be using that in a second to deal with a specific encounter. But before we do that, let's head back to camp and let's do our morning checklist. So, what's our morning checklist? We're gonna need to be doing a bunch of like just small optimizations to try and make sure we have the best chance of surviving in this glorious hellhole that is Baldur's Gate. So where's Mr. There he is.
Swift as my feet
So
can
our
carry.
good friend Sir Fuzzlelump is going to come back into the party and do a little bit of buffing for us.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do what thou wilt. This soul remembers its... They are but echoes. They recall not a manner of speech. To speak thusly takes little of my effort. Besides, what better use...
So
This
basically
soul
what this
awaits
is
thy
that
command.
these are like basically blank puppets that don't
This vessel is
remember
at thy disposal.
how they
Do
used to
what thou
speak.
wilt.
So it's literally just Withers speaking through them. So if you ever want Withers in your party, this is technically Withers in your party.
But the vessel only stares blankly. You'll need to make...
This soul...
Okay. Okay, Fuzzlump.
Time to rest.
First things first. Make me run fast.
Best be on my way.
So now all our party members have an extra 3 meters of movement. Now, we're going to extract all our ingredients, we're going to filter by craftables, I'm going to take a look at our craftables. Anything we really want to make right now? I mean, a greater health potion, pretty nice. Just a good thing to have as a safety feature. And he failed the check, unfortunately. You can hear it there, so he has a medicine check, he just rolled poorly, unfortunately. Because we need to hit a 13 to double the crafting. So we're going to keep improving on that, but we'll, I don't think we need anything else really here. I do like Oil of Accuracy. Honestly, we're gonna do 1 oil of accuracy. There, so he succeeded. So now, instead of 1, we get 2. So we're gonna send these to our main character. So kind of hilariously, every yeah, we want to make sure that goes to me. Every follower comes with a scroll of Revivify. So you can spend 100 if you ever need a scroll of Revivify and there's not a vendor you can buy one from, you can have him create a new follower and it'll give you a scroll of Revivify. So
shouldn't have wished to live in more
okay,
interesting
so let's
times.
get Gale back and
Wasted
go
still.
deal with those harpies.
What's on your mind? I'd be delighted, though someone else will need to watch the cook pot. Back in the thick of...
Okay. Get that hunting short bow. Get that hunting short bow. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna go visit the Emerald Grove and then go take care of those fussy harpies.
May it please, Mistra.
Very well.
So luckily, last episode, we maxed out our approval rate with Damon. So now we should be able to sell him a bunch of stuff and buy some stuff if we need it. We can see what's in his inventory today. So the other part of our daily checklist is that we're going to go and make sure we talk to the vendors here and see what spells are in their inventory. Unfortunately, I believe Volo's left. I believe as soon as you do his conversation, he immediately goes to the Goblin camp, so we won't have access to him until later. Likely when we get him in our camp, we'll buy a bunch of animal speaking potions just so we have enough for the rest of the game.
Of course, but please, remember.
There's only roughly
You're not the only
15
one in
long
need.
rests. Let's say 20 is a max. There's only about 20 long rests in the entire game, so... Ah, nice. Okay, so because we've leveled up, we now have access to higher tier armor. Now that we're level 3, so we'll definitely probably grab that over from Damon. Just seeing if there's any spells. Nothing I'm really crazy about. It's nice to have, like, Flaming Sphere, but we're not going to worry about it.
Sylvanas be with you.
Although, actually, thinking about it.
Need anything else? Of course, but please.
This is a
remember,
longbow, right?
You're not the only one in need.
I don't think we're gonna spend the money on that because there's a bow we're gonna get relatively soon that's a lot better for strength-based characters like paladins, so we're gonna grab that instead. Okay, so since today's gonna be very combat focused, we're actually gonna prep for the day a little bit by taking this elixir of hill giant strength. Because we're planning to do a lot of killing today. So that brings my strength up to 21, which makes my attack rolls +7.
Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
See, this is funny, because there's this button here on PC that's add wares to offer, which it should be on PS5, I assume. Because I remember you were having trouble trying to add stuff. So I'm not going to sell them yet, but selling Scrolls of Revivify is a pretty good way of making some money if you ever need it. They're worth quite a bit. But as it stands currently, we're going to try and keep them on us for now. Okay, so any of this stuff really interesting to me. I wouldn't hate a new shield, wouldn't hate a new weapon, honestly. Tridents are pretty cool. And they're versatile, so I could one-hand that. I do like Backbreaker. Getting a +1 to strength checks is actually pretty nice. Don't have the money for it yet, though. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get this. This is just a nice saving throw shield. Because bonuses to saving throws in particular are a little rare, especially early game. So, oh, I could have sworn we maxed out his attitude. I'll actually have to go back and check, because we're gonna want that. Oh, I forgot. Actually, let me check. I think I know what's going on here. Hold on.
Sharp as ever. A word, if I may. Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
Ah, okay. I had forgotten this. Attitude is tracked by character, so I need to make sure I'm trading with Will when I'm buying stuff from Dan. That kind of sucks, but that is what it is. I forgot that's how that mechanic worked. But it still means we get 50% discount when we're buying stuff from Dan. So we can now get both of the things that I was wanting instead of just one. So we have a +1 trident and a shield.
Never a dull moment.
He does have the charisma. It's not just the charisma though. So merchants have a second stat called attitude, and if you notice,
looking for steel? I have, well,
it's this bar right here. And basically, if you give them gifts, it'll level up their attitude. So I have a +4, and that gives me a 15% discount. But if Will talks to him, and let's not steal anything, because I don't want to ruin our attitude.
A word, if I may. Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
Will has a +5, but he has a 50% discount because he has 100 attitude. We spent money to give him gifts to level up his attitude. Actually, as a side note, I'm actually going to grab some of these arrows of lightning. Early game, these arrows add so much extra damage. Because like your normal like arrow shot is just the 1d6 or whatever, but the extra 2d4 lightning damage is so much damage. Okay. Let's try and go save a child without killing them. So I really like tridents because tridents have this ability, which is disarming strike, and making an enemy drop their weapons is a very, very strong. I've talked about this before. It with the same as with command word. Oh, huh. So this is a rare one. I haven't had this one trigger before.
My, what manner of place is this? A path to redemption? Or a road to damnation? Hard to say.
What would suit the mouse? Then, well met. I am Raphael. Very much.
Why, I never. Must be the surround. This quaint.
Come.
There, middle of somewhere. And deny. This is the House of Hope. Go on. It might just be your... Are you... What's better than... Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary? Conceivably. But a savior? That's for certain. Because my compassion is boundless. And you're in... I could fix it all. Like that. Everything is... Perhaps you haven't yet realized. Try and win. Hope. By all means, all those... One might...
Okay. Well, that's a fun time.
Bloody. No, man. Now, he knows our secret. He claims he can help. No doubts at all. He's not the worst prospect we've stumbled across. As long as you can look past. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. You don't need
You're gonna
a
be strong.
scourge or
You're
a
gonna be
rat to
self-sufficient.
break people. When actual pain comes, the victim's already done the heavy. There were no right answers with that devil. He was toying with his food. Perhaps you did see. Sowing doubt is an old trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael.
What can I say? They were eye-catching. Consider me an art lover.
Okay.
Is someone singing?
It's beautiful.
What's that?
So now we're gonna try and do this harpy encounter. So something fun to notice is that Shadowheart. Come on, Shadowheart.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Shadowheart's gonna be obstreperous here, so we're gonna get over here before we switch. There we go.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
So Shadowheart has an ability here, or has a spell rather, called Calm Emotions. And what that says is that humanoids can be charmed, frightened, or become enraged. So what this does is that the harpies up ahead are going to have an ability which charms us. So if I use this on us ahead of time, as you can see, it's it's 10 turns and it's concentration. So as long as I have this on our characters, we won't be able to be charmed by their song. And their song is the worst part of this fight. So yeah, we're gonna do that.
Have a lot on my mind. Well, in it. If not over, then through.
Such a pretty song. What's next?
So we're gonna go into turn-based mode here, so we waste as little time as possible.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Listen. A sweet melody beckons you. It vibrates with magic. A harpy's charm. The suffocating yearning suddenly.
No. Yes.
Okay. So it's a second level spell slot, so we've lost one spell slot, but as long as we keep that up, that's a big improvement for our capacity in this fight, essentially. Is this also? Okay, so is this low ground? Yeah, probably. So we're gonna have Shadowheart move up here, so that she's on the same level as the rest of the enemies. Oh, come on. Okay. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. They're just out of range, which is a bit of a pain. Actually, I'm curious. How far can I throw that? I'm actually going to huck one of these void bulbs and try and AoE them in together. And that also broke his concentration, so that was pretty cool. Don't hate that as a first turn. So hopefully they're not going to immediately kill Murkun. We'd like for Murkun to survive here, but we'll see. Oh, they rolled a 20, so I'm going to change that. Like, usually I wouldn't care about a hit here, but I'm going to change that 20 because I don't want them critting me. So usually one of them will try and sing again, so hopefully we can catch them. Oh, interesting. I think there's one more harpy than there is usually. If I remember correctly, there's usually only 3 harpies. Oh, we made a mistake. We made a mistake, and that's a real shame. So one of the things we have to do every morning is make sure that we use this, which is Bind Pact Weapon. So our morning checklist is do alchemy, do enhancements, bind pact weapon. So the fact that we haven't done that means that our attack... Oh, they changed it! They changed it so it's permanent! Oh, those wonderful people! Oh, that's so good! Oh man, that was gonna be so frustrating. So, because we have this bow has an ability that says you have advantage against monstrosity type enemies. The thing is that even though it's on the bow, it's just a status effect that we now have permanently. So what that means is that now, when I attack this monster, I just have bonus, I just have advantage. So, this is a minor action. Or a bonus action. It used to be called a minor action. We're gonna use this on the harpy to give him more damage, and we're gonna try and... We have an 88% chance to hit with advantage, and we have a whole bunch of damage on here, so... Aw, see? Still missed. It's gonna happen. That's dice, baby. Okay, 19 I'm fine with. I'll take a little bit of damage here. Okay. So. Because we're right up close and personal, we want to be careful about what we're using here. Which is the first one? It's that one there. Okay. Oh, they're not humanoids. Oh, okay, yeah, they're monstrosities, I guess. Yeah, they're a monstrosity specifically. So unfortunately, I can't use Hold Person on them. We'll have a spell later which does the same thing functionally. We're going to... trying to decide whether I want to just spend the turn getting away or whether I want to. We're gonna try and topple them. I don't want to use all my dice right now because we have other fights. Well, actually, let me think. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do village. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. I think we're okay just doing this. Because now they're both ensnared and... So, fun fact, this is a combo. Because the way that ensnared works is that they cannot move. So what that mechanically does is it takes their speed to 0. Prone says that you can't move or take bonus actions until you stand up, and you have to use half your movement speed to stand up. If you're prone, you have to use half your movement speed to stand up, but ensnared means that you have 0 movement speed. So the combination of the two means that they literally can't move, that their turn is over.
Never a dull moment.
Okay. So I'm going to piercing strike this harpy so we can get some more damage on it, hopefully. Nice, it's got gaping wounds now. And I'm seriously tempted to cast Sanctuary on Mirkon. Yeah, 5 HP is so little. I'm just gonna... This is a use of a spell slot, but I'm just gonna... He's never gonna attack, so I'm just gonna try and make sure he doesn't take a random opportunity attack and die. That's good, kid. You run. Okay. So now we're up top. How big's the flashbang? Pretty good. So actually, we're gonna move her down here.
Have to keep going.
So we have range on everybody. And we're gonna give them the flashbang. See, 15, that's a good amount of damage, just kind of in an AoE, so I really like being able to have that on tap. So we're gonna give disadvantage. We're gonna use both our things here. Awesome. Okay, so we're just gonna... let's see. We're gonna Dissonant Whispers, or actually, let's... 60%. Are we threatened? We are, but it's cancelled out by the thing, so I'm not too worried about that. In theory, we still have calm emotions, right? Yeah. We shouldn't be able to be charmed by this, so I'm not going to waste the extra effort on that. I'm just going to try and kill this thing. There we go. Hunt completed.
2 steps at a time.
We're gonna double, or do we have another? No. We're gonna double up on damage. We're just gonna keep trying to hit this thing. Take a little bit of damage, but that's okay. So yeah, see here.
Where do I go from
I failed the saving throw, but because I can't be charmed, I failed the saving throw, but because I can't be charmed, I just didn't become charmed. So that's the power of that ability. There we go. It just means I can never,
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Even if I fail a check, I can never lose my turn to the Harpies, which is a big deal.
Rough tempest I will raise.
Oh, off by 1.
Time to push my luck again.
And you can see he's immune to alert. Immune to alert. Again, every time we failed one of these saving throws, we would have lost our turn. So the fact that we cannot be charmed is doing just so much work here. 50, 55, 60. Okay. So one more harpy left. And yeah, as long as we have concentration on this, we're just immune to their ability. So they can no longer, they can just no longer charm us. So this fight becomes, if not trivial, at least like way less dangerous than it used to be. So this is going to do 4 to 9 plus the damage from Hunter's Mark, so. Oh, and we got a crit too. So yeah, because we swapped Will over to Great Old One, he has an ability that when he crits on people, he has an ability called Mortal Reminder, and if they fail a save, mortal reminders, and if they fail a save, they become frightened, which is fantastic. Okay.
Oh yes. Still breathing, despite everything.
And we'll just hop up here and bap him one more time, and that's the fight. A child protected.
Breathe deep and move.
Are they gone? No. Yes. I mean, I don't. That's what I need to get back. Mole will be so. Wait. Find a boy called Donnie.
Okay.
That scamp reminds me of myself when I was a nipper. Always getting into trouble. Comes with the territory. One time, my parents denied me a kitten. Benefits of a wizard's education? Well, that depends on who you ask, I suppose. I may have summoned things rather more exotic than a winged cat. There was that Magma Mephit once. Nice fellow, we kept in touch. Of course, in walked the housekeeper. Anyway, poor lad would have been harp.
That's what I do. So yeah, not a bad use of resources for that fight, I feel like. So we're gonna use Armor of Agathis on ourselves, just to give him some more tank. That's 10 extra HP. And because he's a warlock, as soon as we short rest, that'll reset and we'll have that spell slot back, but it'll still have the armor on him. So as long as we can keep that armor up, that's just free HP. And because we're using a two-handed weapon, because we're have a two-handed weapon on him, he's gonna have pretty low AC for a lot of the game. We'll see. We'll probably swap that up as we get later, but we have to get to certain stages of the game where there's different weapons and equipment available.
Let's see what those harpies were hoarding.
More free stuff. So this ring is actually pretty nice. Color Spray is a pretty good ability to have just on a ring. But also, if it comes down to it, we can feed it to Gale and not feel too bad about losing it. Okay, harpies have been cleared. Oh, we should backtrack. There's some stuff over here I didn't grab that I should go get.
Can't give up now. Never wanted the easy path.
Because if you notice, we're stockpiling these potions of speed, and we're coming up to one of the encounters where we're actually going to use one. Because early game potions of speed are probably the most broken item in the game. Even late game, they're pretty good because they take a bonus action to take. They give you 3 turns of haste, which is 2 actions per turn. Like, it's just such a strong ability.
Away! Away! You're all the same. Too many of my kind died because of it, not me!
Goodbye, Mr. Boar. Yeah, I wanted to save that encounter with the boar till I had animal speaking, because I wanted to be able to... That's just more free approval.
Deep grooves in the mud around that rock.
2 more. Potions of speed. Gotta go fast. Okie dokie. So, I'm just thinking if we want to do the goblin camp first, or the goblin village first, or... Oh yeah, we actually have some quest cleanup to do. Although, let me think. We're currently capped out on inspiration. Are there any tough rolls we really want to make? We could try that one.
Almost pleasant traveling with company. If you ignore all... I don't know what you mean. It's nothing, really.
We're gonna try this. This is a tougher check. It's an 18. If we fail this, it is what it is. Yeah. We're gonna try one inspiration, because we can just... There's an inspiration we can go grab in the... Hey, got there.
You're not going to let this go, are you?
I wish this bush wasn't there, ruining this moment, but...
The mistress of the night. It is my holy mission to oppose Selûne. Now that you have the truth, please don't make a big fuss about it. True. I didn't think you'd react so pragmatically. Perhaps I should have... All right. I assume you've heard of her? My Lady Shah is the Night Singer. The but Shah pain. Hope. We shed those cloaks. Before Shah we stand gloriously. There's comfort, yes. We tear down the lies the world is drunk on.
Shar definitely sounds like that like 14-year-old who's just discovered communism for the first thing and for the first time and is like, rip down the system, man.
Topple corrupt organizations, fight heretics wherever they're found. There's often suffering.
Oh my god, Shar is 4chan.
Many people break before they embrace Shah's truths. You're wiser than most. Many people balk at our doctrine. You've a habit of saying all the right things. Either you're very glib or we're kindred spirits. Maybe both, knowing myself. But yes, once we've saved ourselves, we can talk more on this. The wound on my hand. It never quite heals. And sometimes I don't think so. But you're sweet to ask. Maybe just be... Pain is sacred to followers of Lady Shah. Pain will give way to loss and then to the peace of her eternal darkness. You can tolerate a great deal of suffering, so... I cannot say. Not with what I can recall. But even then, it would... It's difficult to say. Sometimes... I'd like to hope there's more to it than that. Some meaning that Lady Shah will reveal to me.
Yeah, we're gonna move away from this stupid ass little bush.
May the darkness protect you.
Okay, good. So I'm not gonna select it right now, but this means we've hit the threshold at which we can the romance can begin. Or actually, well, I mean, let's do it.
I think I know what you mean. There's an undeniable rapport, and yet we haven't made time for each other. Easily remedied, if you like. I know a place. Not just yet. Let's choose our moment. Some quiet night,
When the others are asleep and there's no distractions, I'll come for you.
There we go. So we are now officially on the romance path. Huzzah! So yeah, so remember, we were at like 20 something, and we're now at 40 relationship just from that conversation. So making that one roll to make her open up early on means we can get to the romance really fast, and that changes some of the dialogue. I like doing that if you can make that roll, and an 18 isn't easy, especially on honor mode. But if you can make that roll, you get a lot of the interactions that you have with her in Act 1 are a lot more different, because you get to she's talking, she's not hiding that she's Sharon, so you get to hear a lot of her kind of like background and stuff.
Look, don't take your eyes off my hands.
Well, we're gonna save her from it. We're gonna slowly we're gonna de-radicalize her over time.
You nearly died. Did you hear me?
You ever scare me like that again, and I'll feed you to a knoll.
Mom.
Our little Hellion told us what happened. Thank you. Don't know. Likewise.
Thank you.
Okay, so another inspiration point here. This necklace is fine, magical, like ability-wise, but I'm probably just gonna feed it to Gale when he gets hungry.
No one's stopped me yet. Light on my feet.
Okay. So now we're gonna go talk to Domi. Also, these chests are just like, we're just allowed to take this even though this is from their caravan? Which is a little weird. But I mean, I'm not gonna gift stuff in the mouth.
He stares right past you, as if you're invisible. He nods, then reaches for a concealed hat.
Well, look who's come. My kids say you've been busy. Mercon says you got him out of a tight spot with some harpies.
You saved Arabella from the druids. Don't know what those...
And we're happy to be helped. Now, what can I do for you?
Cool. So, she opens up as a vendor. She's got some like low-level scrolls and stuff. She actually her potions are pretty good. Like she's got some like, these are slightly higher tier than you would see normally. So like it's actually, honestly, it's useful to have her. I might actually grab this specifically. Or do I just want arrows of Illuminator? Thank you, dear.
Anything else? Making sure we're ready to leave when the time comes. You've been a friend to us.
So I won't, again, trying not to spoil too many things because we're going to do this a little bit at a time, but it is amazing how much that pays off. So now, I think we're gonna go do... There's the Kaga stuff. I think we're gonna go do the village, and then get Karlach, and I think that's gonna be it for the day. But I think we've done some pretty good progress. We got through what could have been potentially a bad encounter with the harpies. We've saved a druid, we've done a couple other things. We're about halfway to level 4. Yeah, pretty accomplished. We picked up a lot of useful magic items, like we got a couple different necklaces, which are going to be very helpful going forwards. And yeah. We have managed to secure ourselves the wonderful Scratch, and we managed to not murder Albert's mother in front of him and then have him devour her corpse.
Dead goblins.
Always a good thing.
Dead travelers.
Were they heading to the Druid's Grove?
There's a orange scroll I'm looking for here. There it is. Okay.
Movement on the roofs. I sense a classic ambush in the making.
So we're going to try and lie our way through this. First, though, there's a barrel right here, and if we fail to get our way through this without combat, they're going to explode that barrel, and it's going to hurt us real bad. So we're just going to surreptitiously grab that before doing anything else.
Get over there! Surround them like! You spotted us! Good! It's like they say. No fun in skewing a pig what doesn't know he's cooked.
Yep.
We got you surrounded.
So, as a fun little thing you can do, if you disguise yourself as a drow, you can just walk through this checkpoint. They literally just won't. They'll bow down to you, basically.
Backside gets the same treatment.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Oh, suppose it's best to save our strength for a real threat. Go on then.
So there we go. We've tucked our way in, but we can't leave random goblins alive. What kind of paladin would we be if we left random goblins alive? So the reason I engaged in the way that I did was that it allows us to start the fight in a slightly different way. Now, I may have made a mistake, and we might have to spend a little time and effort fixing it, but we'll see. Because I don't remember if that counts as attacking a non-hostile enemy.
This should give me an edge. Stay at my feet.
You'd have had
And yeah, a lot of the enemies around here have a hard time dealing with the fact that we're up on top. So.
No time to waste.
Moving.
Yeah, always sad when they save against it, but it's gonna happen sometimes.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. Too much to bear. No holding back. Might will prevail.
Nice. Dissonant Whispers is a pretty strong spell at level 3. It's 46 is a lot of damage. Most things can't resist Psychic, and it gives them a big amount of debuffs when they, if it doesn't outright kill them.
Need to stay focused.
Let's see, do we have an angle on him? Aw, so close. Oh, no. Path is interrupted. So what we can do... Put some nice acid in there.
Got to press on.
So you can imagine what happens if you take this fight right by the door, and they're all just able to stand up there and like fire down on you. Okay. So we're gonna have to, unfortunately, we're gonna have to get down. Oh no, the ladder. They broke the ladder. Oh, that's a shame. Alright, good. They're gonna come to us. He's run out of spell slots, so he can no longer attack from range in the same way, so. Yeah, and they don't have a way to get to us, so their pathing just gives up.
Can't give up. Use every advantage.
Oh, dang. No, Gale, why must you critical miss? We took 3 shots at disadvantage. All of them hit. Gale has like a 70% chance to hit with a normal roll, misses.
Today, you fool.
Talk to me.
Yeah, try not to waste too much resources on this fight because it's basically over. So
gone with the weave.
But they're hidden. They're just hidden in the most annoying place possible. So
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
So I'm gonna have my guy hop down. I think I can only. I think I'm taking damage no matter where I go, so I'll try and take the least amount of damage.
These boots have seen everything. Survival is all that matters. Another step forward.
Ah, man, that's annoying.
No holding back.
The fire is being a real pain in the butt.
Take you.
No mercy.
Forever dauntless. I need an edge.
There we go. Okay, well that was a very messy fight, unfortunately. But, I mean, that's honor mode in a nutshell, is that we're gonna have messy fights. Okay, Gale. If you don't mind too terribly much, Gale, I'd appreciate it if you could get us down from this without taking more damage. So we're gonna have him learn Featherfall. And prepare Featherfall. And Featherfall is nice because it's a ritual, which means that if we're out of combat, we can cast it for free.
Need to find a way forward.
So, yep, used all
Where am I
spells.
There's no time to waste.
Just make sure that we're not leaving anything on the table. Nope, I think we're good.
Moment.
Short rest.
And here I go.
They'll catch a break.
Carrying too much stuff. It's all these barrels of explosives. Okay.
Let's get going.
Gotta do a little bit of looting. Scooting and looting. And moderately hilariously, as you might have noticed, the rest of the goblins haven't figured out that we've done anything. The rest of this village is completely unaware of the fact that we just murdered their ambush. So that's just good efficiency there. That was also, I was looking for a specific
Alright, what now?
Dang it. I have to take this damage. That sucks. Whee!
How much farther can I go?
Okay.
Moonwitch rubbish. How much time did some dim-witted artisan waste on that?
Oh, sweetie. Okay.
Let's end this. Fall, damn you.
There we go. Just a quick, easy
Not as bad as it could have.
20 XP.
Another step forward.
No napping in the village. Okay, so one more encounter up here. We're gonna rescue this guy.
Stop! Yeah, and you. Hope you got. What's it bloody look like? We're teaching this.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you.
I consider this gnome under my protection. You don't want to fight me for him.
The goblin's nostrils flare.
We're leaving. What about? I said there's plenty of spawn.
Penchant for diplomacy. Oh, nice. So we just hit a high level of approval with Companion, which I think is probably Shadowheart. Yeah. Ta-da! We're actually weirdly low on will, but that's because we haven't done the Mid-Zora stuff yet. As always, be very careful to hit the brake lever, not the release brake lever.
Help me down!
I definitely got it wrong the first time.
Me loose!
Oh, Barkus.
Bag of Chimera. Well, get on with it. Whatever you are, you saved me.
I love how he doesn't know what I am because he's never met a Dragonborn before.
Nothing. My own fault, really. I should have dropped my pack and outrun those bastards. Take my pack if you can find it. The only reason there's ignorance is I'm in search of I found it around the neck of a thug in the... But I still have hope. On that note...
Woo! See, I'm probably gonna feed. I'm glad we got here before the first one triggered, because these are usually the ones. It's either these or there's another set of boots which are just, you just don't use it. It's just not useful. That I feed to Gale. I do love that, using the nomenclature of feeding it to him. Okay. And with that, let's go get Karlach. Shadowheart, what happened? Okay, you guys. I'll let it go this time, but gonna need you to start picking up on those checks a little more often.
No time to rest. Moving in.
Okay, so we're gonna go. There's hyenas here. We're gonna go around them because I don't want to fight them right this second. Because there's a we can get a point of inspiration from them if we hold it just for us. Oh, I think Gale's hungry. Gale, are you hungry? Yeah, Gale's hungry.
Do you feel as flattered as I do? Fighter to dine with a devil. Don't let his bluster. I think he wants something from us. Badly. And in that, our souls. Let me. If there's one quality, all the denizens. By figure. Fact. Devils aren't known to ache. So, we're safe. Okay. Remember. What's on your mind? Apart from finding me, that is most gratifying to hear. May I?
Okay, where are we gonna feed him? What's this do? I think this is I think this is like minimal enough because the 1d6 healing isn't super a lot. Or even when Will has bard levels, I don't think we're gonna need it that much. So we're just gonna give him the hat.
Thank you.
Oh no!
I can feel it work. The magic, it's like a lullaby. A metaphorical demon, I haste to point out, but no less dangerous. And no less bad. Oh, it's not so bad once you get used. Sincerely, though. I understand, My lord?
Okay, so Gale is taken care of for the... We've done the first one. Only 2 more to go.
Soldiers at rest. I bet those bones have some stories to tell.
There are copper and druid symbols.
Yeah, I wanted to come down and get this potion of invisibility. And it's also a, I believe that's also an inspiration point. Yeah. Okay. Karlak.
One horn, the stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned. The Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you. Bloody right. An honor to be chased.
A great heat. Then you're lost in visions of demonic. The Blood War.
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil.
I can explain, but it's a whole situation.
Another vision. Karlak's blade, her rage, and
You saw the truth. I never.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
Will catches his breath and his lips straighten.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
Listen to sense now. You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Oh, thank the gods. Thought I was gonna have to take you.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough.
Truce then, eh?
Aye.
I'm Karlak, but you already knew that. And you are... Well met, soldier. Nice to meet a friendly around here.
Yeah, me too. Well, it's one of those things where,
I
like,
may
when you
not be
share
a
a mental,
devil,
like a
but I can
mental
put the
link,
Blade's
it
reputation
definitely
to work.
helps.
How would you feel about it? Little background if your moral compass needs some. You already know I fought in. It turns out I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable asset. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. Zariel liked it so little. She sent a bunch of goons, so-called paladins of Tyr, to take me back. Problem is.
Oh,
yes.
also, side note. So
cornered
remember
me
how I
outside
said I
the
may have
toll
made a
house
mistake in the
just up the
goblin
hill.
fight?
Well,
So,
they've gone far after the
devotion
scorching
paladins
I
can't
gave 'em.
attack people if
Then
they're
we can work on evicting
neutral.
this
Because if you
parasite.
do, you lose your
Get
oath.
Faerun by their
Apparently, throwing someone off a roof doesn't count as attacking them.
Perhaps a little rough around the edges. But I suppose I can be smooth enough for two.
I'd hug you if it wouldn't scorch your skin off. No room in your party.
So
What
I'm
should
glad
I
I
do?
didn't accidentally break my oath there, but it's also very funny. So yeah. So everybody say goodbye to Gale, because our final party is going to be Shadowheart, Will, and Karlak. And
I'll
Karlak's
get
actually going to be our
little
rogue.
rest, given the stack of unread books waiting for me. But I'll try.
He looks so sad.
Now we're talking. So, Will, now that we've made peace, how about we know each other properly?
See, I don't know, man. Like, I understand what it's like to have such a bad breakup that, like, you can't get over your ex.
All too poorly.
I've had those breakups.
I would too. Go on, Will. We're listening. Who sicked you on me?
You're not.
You make it sound like a harvest of devils coming for you, Will.
You're closer. One night soon when we make camp. The veil will. You're not in any danger.
Okay. So we're gonna do something a little weird. It's a build. Well, we're gonna reclass Karlak later, but for the moment, we're actually gonna go Rogue Barian, which sounds hilariously weird. The reason that it works is that you can give yourself advantage with a Reckless Strike, and if you have advantage, that means you can trigger sneak attack. Because if you have it, so at any point if you have advantage, like we'll look at sneak attack here, deal extra damage to a foe you have advantage against. If you use Reckless Attack, you automatically have advantage. So it means you can automatically sneak attack every time you attack. It's not a good build, but it's the one we're going to use for the moment. I kind of love it. It's a personal kind of like weird combo. Also, Karlach has some of the most hilarious stealth lines, so I really like having her as my rogue. Basically along the lines of, I'm not supposed to be doing this, why are you making me into a rogue? Okay, we're gonna dip back to camp. Okay, so this is the first fight that I'm a little worried about just absolutely killing us. The paladins are dicks. Cause the main guy is 5th level. So I'm seriously considering using a potion of speed here. Okay. We're just gonna dip back to camp for a second.
Those paladins I need to stomp are that away.
Yeah, just give me a second. I need to give you some gear so you're not gonna instantly die.
Still alive. So that's progress.
Yeah, we're gonna try and go like full Alpha Strike on these people because we need to kill them as fast as possible. I might do a little bit of Barrelmancy. Don't judge me too much. This is a really spooky fight. It's mostly about just killing the first dude. That's the scariest part of this fight. I'm doing it at level 3 too. Like, we're still level 3. He's just a dick. He's just a level 5 paladin, so he does a lot of damage. Okay. So we're gonna take a look at our spell book, and we're gonna kind of do a little bit of planning for this. So like, as an example, I think we're going to take Shield of Faith, and we're going to put it on our... We're going to have our Paladin up front, because we're going to try and stack AC on him to try and just make him as hard to hit as possible. We're going to walk in. I don't think we'll be able to hit... It's a Wisdom save, and he's a Paladin, so he's going to have a really high chance to save against that, so I don't think we're doing that. We're going to use Bless. Command is similarly a Wisdom save. We're going to take out this. We're probably going to summon the weapon. The weapon's going to try and put some more DPS on him. We're going to hit him with Dissonant Whisper. Everything's a Wiz save. It's so painful. We're definitely going to Armor of Agathis. Yeah, these are all Wiz saves. So, well, that's a Charisma save, so that's better. That's a Strength save. He's going to have high Strength. We'll check his stats when we get in combat. I don't remember how high they are, but, like, we'll see. We're gonna fully reclass, Karlach.
Let's march.
Or actually, you know what? She's fine for now. Okay. We got her some armor. We're gonna do a quick, oh.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Hey, we're still going after those paladins, right? Good news.
Yeah, we're gonna go kill him, don't worry. That's the reason. Yeah, we're gonna go kill him, don't worry. Okay. We're gonna do a quick loop-de-loop, because there's a... I want to do a little bit of preparation before I go in on these people. Oh, yes. Just wanted to grab this waypoint. So, a big thing we're going to be trying to do here, so let's see.
The pride of the gate.
Okay, we still have both. So we're going to armor Vagathis. So our frontliners are going to be Karlach and my Paladin. Let's get that. So, let's look at AC. 15, 17. So I'm going to try and basically draw fire with my Paladin. So we're going to put your AC up to 19.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Yeah, so AC 19 is pretty good. We're going to have you up front. We're going to make sure to use Drow Poison. And we're going to try and put him to sleep and kill him. Is the plan. I gotta take one more trip to camp because I need something from camp. Because I need... Oh. I need to give Karlach a finesse weapon. Oh, it was right there. Okay, so she needs a finesse weapon because that's what allows you to do sneak attacks. So she's going to be rapier lock. And actually, she has an open hand for a shield. And she's proficient with them. So yeah, so say hello to Sword and Board Karlach with AC 17. Okay. So normally, like, I definitely feel like the smart way to deal with this is to come in and get a surprise round, and not even let them talk. But because I'm a paladin with Oath of Devotion, I can't attack someone who's neutral and they're currently neutral, or I lose my vow. So we're gonna do it.
Whatever killed those knights might be nearby. Careful.
And yeah, I think I'm going to use a potion of speed to try and blitz him to death. We have 3 spell slots. Actually, you know what? Before I go in, we're going to use Sacred Weapon. Is this concentration? No, it's just 10 turns of... Because this gives me just... It's just a flat buff on my trident. So here we go. Oh, interesting.
What's cooking?
Is it when they see her? The farther we can get into this room, the better. Yeah, okay. As soon as they see Karlach specifically.
Leave us in peace, and we shall leave you in...
Cut the crap, and
Don't let her hurt us. Please. We just want to go home.
There's something in the squint of his eye.
Enough.
Okay, that kind of sucks. That's fine though. Okay. Our entire party goes before him, so that's nice. Like, the other bit like, the fact that we lost concentration on our one thing sucks, but that's fine. Potion of speed. Gotta go fast. And then I think we're just gonna... Come on, disarming attack, do your thing. Ah, shit. Okay, that sucks. Okay, I think then we just do Piercing Strike to try and... Yeah, Gaping Wounds is important here.
The blade will not bend.
Karlach next.
Yes.
Fuck yes, indeed. I think we're gonna rage. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That sucks. I'm gonna do something a little... Okay. Time to do something a little cheaty. Well, actually, it's not cheaty at all. Let me show you a fun little trick. So, potions of speed have an AoE. Specifically, didn't want to use 2, but it is what it is. Here. Splat. Okay. So if you throw, so let's send it to Shadowheart. If you throw a potion of speed on the ground, you can hit multiple characters at once. Like so. And then all of them are hasted. So now,
Let's cook with fire, baby.
we're gonna beat this guy within an inch of his life. And then we're gonna...
This is my time.
Yeah, I figured. Also figured. That's fine.
Worth a try.
And he's heckin' dead. Good.
Fighting. Better give it a try.
Okay, where is she? Okay, she's over there. She's still outside, so we're gonna close that door. Because I don't want to deal with her right now. If I told you to... I'll take that dice flip. Sweet. So she loses her turn next turn. So she's a little annoying. She has a couple like spell scrolls.
Now this is my happy place.
What should I do?
Time to push my luck again.
Okay, cool. Okay, so she's there.
Time to press ahead.
You can act fast. Onward.
So yeah, we have 2 more turns of hasted, and then we get stunned for a full turn, which sucks, but it's worth it when we're like, yeah. We'll see what she does. Her dashing is really good here. Okay, where's she going? Okay, awesome. Because she spent her whole turn on that, so that means she has no turn. Come on. Oh, damn, she saved it. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's still better. Or actually, what about... No, it's still 45. 45... It's better. Well, we'll try. It's some damage. It's better than nothing. So we're gonna move in here and try and hit her from behind. Yeah, we burned most of a day's worth of spells on this encounter, so we might need to do some other stuff. Yeah, at this point, we're so low on spell slots, so we're just going to burn everything we have left to try and kill her.
Heading there.
And try and get out of this fight with as much as HP as possible. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Well.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Concentrate.
Well, so much for peace. May the gods take you first.
There we go.
Fuck them. And if any of Mummy's little friends want to pick up where the others left off, they'll find nothing but a pile of. That's right, she.
Okay, so 2 potions of speed was more than I was hoping to use, but that is what it is, and at the end of the day, I think it's worth it to get through that fight. I genuinely think you can die in that fight pretty easily, so... So yeah, now we've unlocked the recipe for Potion of Speed. So we currently can make 3. So we're definitely gonna try and do that with Fuzzlump and try and make sure he makes as many as possible. And we'll do it in, like, we'll do them one at a time to try and maximize our chance of getting the roll. Okay.
Whew. Had to let off a little steam after facing off with those Ignots. Granted, the fire's lasting a little longer than it should. How do I... Honey, I could go all night.
Oh, yeah.
Hear that? Infernal engine for a heart. Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon, so I'll just make the most of the extra heat. Well now, maybe I could make his acquaintance. Maybe even manage a pat or bump without burning someone to death. It's been a long time. Let's go find your friend before I blow a gasket.
Woo! Okay. So we're gonna loot this, and I think that's where we'll call it for the day. But everyone come in and spit on Anders. And usually, usually when I have Karlach as like a regular barbarian, I usually give her Anders' sword as like a screw you, because it's a very good sword. So much blood. So as another kind of optimization, I think it's arguable to. So Cyril's actually a vendor. So I think it's probably a good idea to come here with like Astarion and steal all her money first, then murder them all. But like I'm trying not to go too far outside of like I'm trying not to do too much like rigmarole.
So, hey, we've got this soul coin. Zariel used to top me up every now and again when she wanted me to go after. Nah, it'll be fine.
I love that.
Sort of. Next time we find ourselves toe to toe with something we want to squat, fuck yes.
Good stuff. Okay. So we can go down and take the hyena fight, and one of the gnolls with the amount of we don't have a whole lot left. I got 2 smites in the tank, which is pretty good. Will just needs a short rest. Carla, Shadowheart's she's got 1 more level 2, so that's actually not terrible. Yeah, you know what? We can clear out the gnolls over here. I really want to hit level 4 is the biggest thing, especially before I fight Flind. I'd like to hit level 4 fighting Flind if possible. I think we can scrounge up the XP to do it.
Very well.
Cause so there's the way I deal with Flind usually is that there's a
On my way.
there's a wisdom check you can do to make her turn against her pack. I'm not sure if I'm going to make that check. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to hit that check. So, we'll see if we have to fight her normally. But all in all, I think that was a pretty successful start to a fight. Like, I think as things go, that was not a bad encounter, considering that's a very spooky encounter. Does she have her crossbow out? Okay, range weapon set. Coat it in poison. Sneak attack. Yeah, when you're fighting these guys, these hunters are the worst. Because they have a blitz attack. Oh, sick.
Strength in silence.
Okay. They are surprised. Fantastic. Okay, cool. So with him, like that, we can just go up and get an auto crit with my smite. How much HP do you have? Okay, so.
You've made a grave mistake.
And kaboom! So this is what we're aiming to do, basically, is that if we smite someone and we auto crit, we get to add another smite on top of that. So let's look at our damage here. So we did the initial attack, which did 10 piercing and 13 thunder damage from my smite. Then we got a crit, and the crit is 48 radiant on top of that. So we basically got a free attack and just absolutely annihilated that null.
Victims, I'm ready.
So that's basically what we're gonna be trying to do in most encounters. Also, well done. Randomly well done, Shadowheart. Okay, Shadowheart, give him the flashbang.
Watch this.
Yeah, we want to get Karlach 2 miniature hand crossbows for reasons you'll see later.
Soldier.
Actually, oh man, I'm so close.
Born for this.
Ah, look, I'm hiding in the pixel. Look, there's just a tiny pixel here where they can't see me, so I can go into stealth.
This is my time. Making my move.
Yeah, so this Seething Fury is the thing I was talking about. It allows them to get a whole bunch of attacks off. It's really bad if you let it go.
Battle favors the fearless.
Okay. Also, this is just kind of a general thing, but if you are fighting enemies, so him being frightened means he can't move, and because he's a melee only attacker, that means he's just gonna stand there and do nothing.
I found my mark.
Another one down.
Gods, it's hot in here.
So yeah, we're just gonna move into this little pixel here.
Get down.
Gonna hide, and then we're gonna sneak attack from hidden. Ah, rude.
Faith will protect me.
So yeah, he can't do anything because he's frightened, so he can't move. Warding flare. Oh, that's right. Anyway.
No time to waste.
Can't give up.
On the victor's path, might will prevail.
Yeah, like you can see, because of like all these 50% rolls are basically because we're thank you. All these 50% rolls is because our stats are starting to lag behind a little bit. We really need that level 4 to get our boost to all our stats to get the +1. That's gonna make such a huge difference in this whole thing. So I think that's another. Yeah, that's one more push to speed, baby.
One day I'll catch a break.
Okay, let's see how we doing. Shadowheart could use a little TLC. I'll actually use my, because we're gonna need to do a full rest before we take on another big encounter, so I can do that.
Breathe deep and move.
So now we're gonna fight these hyenas.
This must be when.
The creature's eyes roll back. She'd eaten, feasted, and yet
Come, see my flesh.
you hear what comes next before you see it. The realization hits you. That stench wasn't the dead. Gnolls can spawn from the corpses of dying hyenas.
Oh! Huh! I've never seen this. I'm not gonna do it because I just get this. But that's really interesting.
Radiant power flows through you as you strike the
Cool!
creature
I've never
down.
seen that one. I get a free smite.
As the life fades from her eyes, the gnoll within her dies too, stillborn.
Well, that's cool. Okay, so the trick with this encounter is that these will turn into gnolls if we don't get to them fast enough. 17. They have 15 HP. Okay, I'm gonna try and actually hit them with this. Shame.
Let's finish this.
Because it's these two. Because this one has 1 turn left. That one's that one. That one's 2 turns, 2 turns. So we need to kill this one first. Dang, how much left? 2. Rude. Honestly, we're not going to do any more combat encounters that matter. We're going to summon our... We're going to use our last spell slot to get our spiritual weapon. Taken care of.
Can't even catch my breath.
Yeah, I'm like gonna fully just ignore this attack of opportunity. Because it matters more to stop these from turning into gnolls, because they're a lot stronger as gnolls.
My faith will protect me.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
This is gonna feel good.
Not sure what's going on there. So we can actually, so this is our reactions panel. We can pop this up to check, confirm. Like basically, we can set it up so that it asks us when something auto triggers if we want to do it or not. So I'm gonna do this so that what I can do instead of like whenever I attack, if it was an attack that
Jimmy on the go.
could have procced a sneak attack, I can proc a sneak attack. Anyway.
Never a dull moment.
Good stuff. And she got Cursebreaker. So how close are we to level 4? Ooh, we're spitting this. We're 19 away. Okay, so we're just gonna do one more thing, hit level 4, do our level up, and then call it for the night, or for today. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good. I am so. Oh, you know what? I think you get experience for looting the bottom part of the toll house. So let's go see about that. Or will this letter give us experience? No. Thank you, Sacred Weapon. You did us much good. Gotta collect all these hyena ears. So we're now up to 6. So that could be a potential 12. We're gonna try really hard to make the roll work, but that's a potential 12 potions of speed. And if you think about it, if every potion of speed we use as a thrown AoE, that means 12 encounters that we can have our party hasted for 3 turns. Which, as you can imagine, that's like a pretty, like, there's gonna be a couple fights, like Spider Queen we're gonna want to use it in, Flint we might want to use it in. Okay, so we can't go too far this way because Flint is over here, and we really don't want to take that fight right now. Just want to make sure I get all these ears. Cool. So yeah, we'll head back to the toll house. We can actually just warp over. And let's go see if the bottom of the toll house gives us experience for finding it. Seven! Oh, that could be 14 potions. If we get 14 potions of speed, I'm pretty confident about us getting to Act 2, basically. Also, getting to level 4 is really important because I believe clerics get more spell slots at that point, and that'll just mean that we can do more in a day.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Hiding. Frightened. Gods abandoned me and Vance. Goblins. Laughing. Toll collector. Martin.
At least
Sorry about that, bud.
Interesting. Need to find a way forward. Stand carefully. There's a trap.
That's curious.
I mean, that's still 30 gold. Oh, it's just a shard. Okay. Yeah, those ingots are worth a good amount of gold, so we're definitely gonna be selling those to our buddy Damon. I won't lie, I'm kind of tempted to... I'm moderately tempted to go down to the Underdark and go get the Singing Sword a little earlier than I normally would.
Avoid that trap.
Because it's a very powerful weapon. It's also a finesse longsword. So, it would allow Karlach to do sneak attacks with a long sword, which is pretty good.
hungry for blood.
Okay.
The pride of the gate. Checking things out.
That did something, all right. Just not sure what.
That did something, all right. Just not sure what. You can't see that thing behind you, Will?
There is work to do. Let's try this way.
Trap.
There's the trap.
Go for a good meal.
Get Karlach to wear the ring. And the... Oh, we don't have them. That's fine.
Soldier.
So,
A little off the
as
top.
you can see, I've turned Karlach into
Well.
basically equivalent to Astarion in terms of lockpicking, just by taking two. Like it's literally you just have to take one level of rogue, and it basically replicates how good Astarion is at most lockpicking. These gloves are also pretty nice for feeding to Gale, but because they're paladin gloves, and not a lot of parties have paladins because now the base people are paladins. But since we have a paladin,
Ready for some good news.
I don't know why I crouched her there. I think it just feels correct to be crouching when you're trying to pickpocket something, or when you're trying to disarm a trap. You just should be crouching.
Ooh.
Yeah, all of these chests used to be worth 30, but they changed it so they're worth nothing. Or 1. Okay, looks good. I'm pretty sure all of these are empty. But since we're on honor mode, we're gonna do a little bit of investigating. Okay.
Soldier?
Well, unfortunately, it wasn't worth any experience, but we could go talk to Zevlor. I think that's worth some experience.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Okay, good job, everybody.
Never wanted the easy path.
I still wish I knew what this was, like, useful for. Because it just feels like such piddly damage that I never feel like it's worth using.
Damn this. Damn them. Damn everything. Good to be back behind the walls, have to say.
If it ain't the feel... You sure you want to be seen with me? I ain't exactly popular with this lot. Please. A good sword will get you farther than honor any day.
But you have to trade.
What do you want, anyway? I ain't local. I know new
the fella in charge. I barely said 2 words to the devil's swarm in his place.
Aye. His name's Halsin. And if he's still alive, he'll be cursing.
We've got a contract to track down some relic, and he wanted in on the Didn't work out, though. Goblins got him when we returned. There's a wizard in Bold, but gold ain't any use if you're too cold to spend it. It's called the Night Song.
I'd give you the map.
All I've got's the contract.
Only gonna ask you one more time, boy. Hand over.
I don't have your ugly locket.
Hand it over, or I'll slap the teeth out of your head.
I said I don't have.
You little split-tongued freak!
Okay, sweet. Unlikely to fail that.
What kind of question is that? Fine. I have the stupid amulet. Take it.
To impress a girl, most like.
It looked like my mother's, all right? Just take the damn thing and leave me alone.
Keep it, kid. You need it more than me. Poor kid.
Now, you hear that laugh as the kid runs off. I don't know if we actually just got scammed or not, but you know what? I think it's a better outcome. Okay. Zevlor, you got some XP for me?
I heard what happened. If the druids are this far gone. So we can risk violence here, or face it for certain on the road. It's good of you to offer. We'd need an answer. Somebody must be. The Blade of Frontiers has done what he can to.
By the Triad, there is only one correct answer. Refuse him, and we sentence these
Everyone in this camp depends on it. We'll be ready to. Scouts yet?
No, sir. But if there's a clear path past those goblins, they'll find it.
Yes. Of course.
Okay.
Goblin's nose. So place to die.
Gotta make sure we talk to Lacrissa.
Used to think the goblins would kill us the second we set foot outside. Well, I still think they'll kill us. Plenty of us felt, but if you're so sure we will, excellent. And looking for.
See, and like she could be our ranger. Waste the HP. Yeah, I rarely do this by my eyes. I think I'm going to go buy some elixirs of giant strength from Ethel, just to have them in case we need them. Like, popping an elixir of giant strength seems like a good way to start the day when we're going for a fight day. Especially when we're gonna, like, the next couple of like, we're getting to the point where we're getting, there's not a whole lot of trivial fights left.
There isn't a... Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've lotions and potions galore. You take a sup at that and you'll feel... Oh, I'm sorry to go on about it. Are you all right? Oh, I'm... Not that they'd listen to little... Hey, bother.
Yeah, she's just a normal, regular, very normal human. Very human.
Take.
Who's also, for some reason, level 5 and has the Fey background. Totally normal, regular human. Oh! Oh! Ho, ho. Legendary action, somewhere. Ah, okay, so, again, totally normal human who has a legendary action. So here's our first legendary action. So this is what we're going to be facing when we fight her. So, restore at the start of each round. Gross. That's gross. I just like that. Okay. Well, we can look forward to that. That's not going to be for a little bit, but...
You're an idiot.
Okay, so we'll talk to Damon.
In more interesting times. Thought I sensed an inferno.
I spent a good bit of time in the house. The devils were delighted.
I got lucky. Very hot by the smell of it.
Be my guest.
I might be able to help. That thing.
Will you be able to turn down the temperature a little?
I'd worry about surviving the night first. But help one. I've sensed some during our... Meanwhile, I've still got plenty of weapons and armor in stock.
Now, we're not going to make the mistake of trying to trade him without... Like, we're actually going to have to wait till we finish this quest. Because we need to talk with him with Will. Because we need to do trading with Will. But it defaults to me.
Maybe. But I'd...
It defaults to me because we have a quest active. So we'll do that first. Okay. Now... Back to the Blighted Village, because we already know where it is.
Flowers.
That's true, we can do the book too.
Grass. Can't beat it.
I was raised in the city. I'm more used to feeling underfoot than grass and fallen leaves.
Or actually...
Before I went to Avernus,
that would probably break
I'd
my
have
oath.
agreed with you.
Rude.
Nothing quite like Baldur's Gate, is there?
Or...
Nothing in my recollection, anyway.
How are we doing for resources? Are we? Yeah, we're entirely tapped out. We're not gonna fight them without resources. We don't need a ton, but we need a little. So we're just gonna go do this quick then. There's really just a lot of lockpicks in this basement, so it's kind of a nice place to stock up on lockpicks.
This'll be fun.
Hey! Although, I always hate how, like, half of us get it and half of us don't, because we're, like, one... There's, like, there's one XP different.
Infernal metal! This can help down the patch up my end.
Very rude.
Light on my feet. No time to rest.
there's a bunch of lockpicks down here, and it's because they cost a non-zero amount. It's just nice to be able to stock up on them. I bet if we discover the basement, that'll probably do it.
It says there's a cellar here somewhere.
I don't see one.
Hey. How close am I? 9. Okay, what other? Let's think. What other things? We'll head back to Emerald Grove. Yeah, 9.
How fares the search? Pleasure. And as for the heat, find me again in... Take care, Karlach. Never gonna miss my forge.
Damon's upgrade didn't cool. I don't think I've ever felt more power. Bring it on.
Sharp as ever.
So Friends is very powerful because it allows you to get advantage on persuasion checks, but because we're on a higher difficulty, it also allows people to realize that we're enchanting them, and it'll sometimes turn them against us. So we're not actually going to take it. There we go. So as you can see, we're building into having a dex build. This is just nice because it just gives us more better ranged attacks with our bows, but also it just gives us more flexibility with initiative. Okay, so we're gonna grab Assassin. So any successful attack roll against a surprised creature is a critical hit. So this is guaranteed criticals. Again, we're going for lots of guaranteed criticals in this build to try and like just like first round we want to try and blitz our way through most enemies.
The pride of the gate. Sure, man. Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
Okay. Got lots of good stuff to sell. As you can see, we're up to 58%. It's pretty good. I do want to keep that one letter. Yeah, that one. Okay. That's a nice. Like crossbows are at a premium. They only like. It's really nice because certain characters can use them. We're gonna get that for Karlach. Oh, he doesn't have enough. Hammers are great. I do love mauls. Yeah, just get that for my paladin. There we go. Unfortunately, this is gonna end up with Damon's inventory being absolutely hacked, but okay. Finally have a nice upgrade for us. So we go from AC 17 to 19, just flat 19, so that can be 21 with the bonus. Put on a dumb hat, then hide the hat. Need some better armor for Will, honestly.
A hero at heart. Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
Look at this. And this. Do we have it? We do. And we'll get these fire arrows just because they're useful. Okay, so got a couple good upgrades in terms of gear. A little safer and more comfortable. Give that to Shadowheart. Good. We're gonna give this to Shadowheart. Dashes. Do a little more inventory management.
Looking for steel? I have, well,
okay.
something close.
Where's As you can see, we're getting a good amount of gold out of Damon too, so this is very helpful, keeping our economy going. Beautiful. Okay, now, where can we find those last 9 experience points before we call it for the afternoon? Don't think that counts. I think if we just go that way, we can probably do it. Yeah.
Can't slow down.
Hey, there we go. So there's our level 4. With that big, delicious ability score improvement. The most boring level up, but also simultaneously incredibly powerful in the early game. There we are. So we now are officially level 4 with all our characters. What a wonderful thing. Yeah, so okay. I think we're going to call it for the day. We're going to head back to our camp, because we're going to want to do a full rest before taking on any more adventures. So we're going to head back to camp and say thank you for joining us. Sincerely appreciate your time and effort. And, oh, actually, before we do anything, we're gonna go feed Gale again. Gale's cranky, he needs a snack.
Worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile.
I think probably this. We don't really need it.
Thank you. It is a strange experience. Somehow the second artifact hasn't had the effect of the first. Merely drizzle. I'm not certain what's going. Thank you.
Okay. And there we go. So, thank you for joining us today. So far, so good. We've taken down a couple more smaller fights. We took down the Paladins, which is actually kind of a tough fight. We've hit level 4, and we're getting ready to move on to some of the tougher fights. So, yeah, we'll see how things go. We're definitely going to be trying to eke out every bit of experience we can. We'd love to be level 5 before, like... I'm going to try fighting Spider Queen at level 4. I think that's doable. I've never fought her in Honor Mode. I know she has some kind of legendary action. I don't know what it is. We're gonna have to do a little bit of recon on that. But yeah, we're gonna go from here and try and beat some actual bosses and clear out the rest of Act 1. So thank you for joining me. It was a successful 4 hours apparently. Have a great day and bye bye.